Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Thursday. We are back. And, yeah, today's a day. Today has been a day. Aylin, how you doing? How are the things? It very much is a day, yes. Yes, it is. So, this is really, really weird. I clean and make sure that, like, when I cook, all my stuff is clean, right? So for dinner, I had French toast. Haven't had French toast in a while. French toast is easy, really good. But for the life of me, I can't figure out why. I was sick a couple of days ago, and maybe I'm still not completely over it, or I don't know, maybe it's the heat, or maybe it's because I was drinking something that wasn't water before, or whatever. I don't know. But I was taking bites of my French toast, and all I could taste was fish. So it was really weird, like, and it wasn't like, you know how, like, if you cook something, right, that has, like, a lingering flavor to it in oil, right, and then you fry something else in that oil, you kind of have, like, that aftertaste of whatever that first thing was. It wasn't that. When you took a bite, it was, like, almost overpoweringly the taste of fish. Like, it cut through the maple syrup, it cut through the nutmeg, it cut through, you know, the eggy flavor in the French toast. Like, it cut through everything, and I'm sitting here going, what the fuck? It was really, really, really weird. So even dinner didn't go very well for me. Even dinner really, really, really did not go well. We got a couple of things to talk about. Normally, I wouldn't even bring it up. I feel like this one's kind of important, though, because of... Well, I think unfortunately, he was big in a lot of people's lives. You go after the news not feeling that good? I got you, Bloop. I hear you. This week's kind of been a shit one. I'll start off with that first. This week's kind of been a shit one. And then this way you can do what you need to do, Bloop. We've lost Malcolm Jamal Warner. We lost Ozzy. And then today alone, we lost two more. We lost Chuck Mangione, who was a phenomenal jazz player. But he also gained more fame for new people who don't know who Chuck Mangione is. He gained more fame as being the guy in Megalomart. He was a greeter in Megalomart for King of the Hill. He actually played a comic version of himself. But the biggest one, and it's big for a lot of different reasons, is Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan died this morning, unfortunately, for his family. And there's a lot of people that feel bad. And I don't blame people for also saying that they don't feel bad, because he's a racist piece of shit, and he's anti-vax, and, you know, he's an asshole, and he literally sued a company into bankruptcy, he's a union buster, and he will throw anyone under the bus if he needs to, and he's a rat, and he's an asshole, and it's all true. It's absolutely all true. But I feel like I feel like, because I'm one of them, there's also a lot of people who, this is going to sound really, really weird, so just bear with me on this, okay? Sober said his piece. Sober's usually really, really good at kind of explaining how he feels, but very, very, like, in a very compartmentalized way in terms of how he structures what he says. And I also watched a video by Steve Shives, who has also been an incredibly big wrestling fan. And I know that there are other big wrestling fans. I know Aylin's one of them. And I know that there are other people that are really, really big wrestling fans as well. So when I say that when I was a kid, Hulk Hogan was real life Superman, most people are going to understand that. You know what I mean? Like, here he was, larger than life. He literally deadlifted Andre the Giant, right? He fought Andre the Giant. He fought all these, like, other massive, massive names and everything like that. And he was the one that always turned around and, told us to say our prayers and eat our vitamins and drink our milk and, like, all this shit, right? And he was the embodiment at the time, and let's face it, we were all marks. That was kind of the point, right? He's the salesman, we're the marks, and we were, and a lot of us still are, for wrestling just in general. But he sold us on the dream that good guys can win, right? And that being nice and being good to yourself and being good to others and, fighting for what you believe in and standing up for yourself and for others and, like, all that, like, that's all good stuff. And that's what you should do. And that's awesome. And that's one hell of a dream. And then obviously as we got older, we understood, okay, well, most of us, I can't say all of us, but most of us as wrestling fans understood at some point wrestling was not fake, because people still get hurt. It's still a huge thing, but it's definitely played out. Everybody knows what's going to happen. Maybe not necessarily inside the ring, but they know who's going to win, right? They may not necessarily know it move for move, but we know who's going to win. And we saw Hulk go through his heel turn in WCW, and he helped start the NWO, and he stayed as Hollywood Hogan for a while, and then he came back to WWE, and he faced The Rock at WrestleMania, and that was one of the best fucking WrestleManias ever, of all time, ever, right? Because the audience didn't know who to root for, and they would go back and forth between Rock and and Hogan and chanting each other's names, and it was fantastic. And we got to be sold on the dream again when he went from heel back to babyface, and that's fantastic. So then the stuff comes out about him being this prick and all this other bad shit. And we have to come to the realization that even though the dream and the message that he sold us on is really, really good, unfortunately, the messenger is a shitbag. And that, I'm going to be honest, that hurts. You know what I mean? Like, that hurts. That one kind of hurts. So now he's gone. And obviously, feel bad for his family and, everything else. I get it. Am I sad that he's gone personally? No. No, but at the same time, unfortunately, with his death, he's one of those things where we have to kind of relive the realization that even though the message itself was good, it was probably delivered by the worst person. And that's sad. So if people say that they're sad or whatever, I completely understand, because there's a lot of mixed feelings about the whole thing, and I get it. So if anybody comes in and they're like, hey, you know, rip Hulk Hogan and so on, it's okay. Like, I completely get it. It's very, very, very tough, and it's very, very mixed. So I understand that. Ozzy wasn't exactly an angel either. No, he wasn't, but I think the difference is that Ozzy, because of the type of industry that he was in, was supposed to be the guy that everybody kind of expected was going to be insanely outlandish. And granted, he didn't mean to bite the head off a bat, but he did. Well, let me rephrase. He meant to bite the head off a bat, but he didn't mean to bite the head off of a real one. But that was rock and roll back in the day, right? Crazy, crazy things happened. You know, you wake up in the morning, you're on tour, everything's going the way, you know, typically it does. You don't think about what's going to happen during the night, but you walk off the stage, somebody hands you a fucking Quaalude, you pop that, and the next thing you know, you might as well be on fucking Venus. Because everything's weird as shit, and you don't remember. Right? I mean, that's just kind of how rock and roll's been for a very long time. So, was Ozzy the best person in the world? No, but at the same time, nobody expected him to be. Whereas, with Hulk Hogan, that was the image that he was trying to portray. Right? That was his job. His job was to portray literally the world's greatest superhero. And he did it really, really well for a very long time. So yeah, it's been a rough week. It's been a very, very, very rough week. So if anybody comes in and anyone is like, you know, hey, you know, rip Hulk, it's okay. I completely get it. I understand. It's okay. He wasn't the best guy. He wasn't a nice guy. But at the same time, I think a lot of people are dealing with a lot of mixed emotions. So let's just be mindful of that. Hang on one second. We do actually have some other news. I don't mind. Could have been worse. Oh, it could have been a lot worse. I agree. I'm just saying, it's been a rough week. Let's not add insult to injury. You know what I mean? There's already a lot of people that are really, really down. Let's not kick them in the nutsack while they're down there. You know? And, worst part, we missed somebody in terms of celebrity deaths. Because we're only worried right now about 4 in this week. We forgot one that happened at the end of last month. I'm able to separate the character from the player. Similar things have happened in the past with other people when they passed. And that's true. You're not wrong. That's absolutely true. My biggest thing that I am just kind of trying to emphasize is this is one of those. Right? There are definitely people who have passed and they've been absolutely giant pieces of shit IRL. But goddamn, did they sell us on a dream. So I get it, but he's definitely in that category. Henry Ford, oh god. Yeah, no, we missed one, by the way. And the only reason I bring it up is because I just found out about it 5 minutes before we had to stream. May 27th of last month. May 27th of last month. Yeah, that makes fucking sense. Sorry. 2 months ago, but May 27th of this year, Rick Derringer died. And for those of you who don't know why Rick Derringer is important, Rick Derringer was a massive classic rock guitarist. He was part of, if I remember correctly, he was part of the McCoys. If you've ever heard the song Hang On Sloopy, that's Rick Derringer. Yeah, he did. And the reason I bring him up is quite literally because he is also adjacent to Hulk Hogan. Rick Derringer went on his own and did a lot of other things, but one of the things that he absolutely did do was do Hulk Hogan's theme, Real American. I don't remember hearing about it either. That's the worst part. But look at this. This is May 27th of this year. He died peacefully at a hospital in Ormond Beach, Florida, after being taken off life support following a medical emergency involving his heart. Reportedly underwent triple bypass surgery 2 months ago. And then they go through all of his stuff. Yeah, he got fame with the band The McCoys. They did Hang On Sloopy, that was number one in 1965. He went on to work with Edgar and Johnny Winters in their bands, playing on classic rock radio staples like Frankenstein. He collaborated with Steely Dan, Weird Al Yankovic, Todd Rundgren, Alice Cooper, Barbra Streisand, toured several times with Cyndi Lauper. He played the guitar solo on Bonnie Tyler's Total Eclipse of the Heart, written by frequent partner Jim Steinman. He had a solo hit of his own with Real American, a song recorded for a soundtrack for the World Wrestling Federation, became Hulk Hogan's theme music for several years. Lauper provided backing vocals on the tune. That's a massive fucking resume. This dude is stacked. Dude is definitely stacked. So, yeah, Rick Derringer died 2 months ago, which is a massive bummer. But I found that out literally when I was looking up the Hulk Hogan stuff. So it's been a rough year. Been a rough year, but specifically this week, it's been a rough week. Chuck Mangione, dead today. Again, Chuck Mangione, huge influence for jazz players and everything like that. Became really popular again with a new generation when he became the guy that greeted people at the Megalomart in King of the Hill. So now he's gone too. So, been a rough week. But yeah. I'm sorry to start the stream off with kind of weird stuff today. But I thought it was kind of important to talk about because it's okay. It's okay to sit there and be sad now that we've heard the news. But, you know, we all know. We all know the bad shit. We know all the bad shit. We know that Hulk Hogan, the character was great. Terry Bollea, bag of shit. But it's very, very, very nuanced. Very nuanced, as Aylin put it. And she's right. So, again, anybody comes into the stream, man, rip Hulk Hogan. I get it. I understand the sentiment, because it is sad. Hulk Hogan, hell yeah. But unfortunately, it's muddied. Let's put it that way. Separate the art from the artist. Yeah, you have to in this case. I don't usually get sad when influencers die, but I understand why, especially when Benjamin from Lincoln. But yeah, you can understand it. Yeah, exactly. We do have, and I haven't seen this. This should be interesting. Apparently, this also came out today. We're probably not going to spend a lot of time on it because I am not a Battlefield fan really anymore. But let's see what the trailer has to give us.
My fellow citizens, my fellow. We will prevail.
We're ready, Mr. President.
My fellow citizens.
Yeah, I think he meant Chester Bennington. I just went with it because I knew what he meant.
Today represents a dark day in our history. With this monstrous, unprovoked attack, no country is safe from their reach. For all those serving on our behalf, our prayers go with you. For the Pax Armada mercenaries who are watching now, I have a message. It's over.
Let's get to work.
The only reason why I'm kind of interested in this is because supposedly this is going to be the first Battlefield that actually does have a single-player campaign, which could be interesting to actually check out. I'm not so much interested in the multiplayer. I feel like they've really, hit the bed when it comes to multiplayer over the last, few games that they've released. But if this has a single-player narrative campaign, might be worth checking out.
Move fast. Move decisive. Dagger on my 6. Send it.
And I hope that you die. And your death will come soon. I follow your casket by the pale afternoon. I watch while you clear the ship now. And I stand over your grave, 'cause I'm sure that you're dead.
Paint the target for the F-61.
That had to have been the Brooklyn, right? Because the GWB is the other one. So that had to have been the Brooklyn Bridge. So, okay, so that was the single player. They're not even showing the multiplayer. Interesting. Battlefield has always really looked pretty. Always. I mean, this shot right here with the F-16s. You had the F-22s in earlier. You got some really good shots of Black Hawks, Little Birds. You had the M1 Abrams. You had the Bradley fighting vehicles. Battlefield has always looked really pretty. Several of the Battlefield games had single-player campaigns. They just aren't known for it. So what I think that they were touting is this was something that was actually, going to be on par with, a Call of Duty single-player campaign. Because if I remember correctly, a lot of the single-player campaigns in Battlefield were literally just maybe a few hours long, and it was really just to get you familiar with the controls for the main thing, which was multiplayer. Right? So this would actually kind of be like if they took it and they actually made it into an honest to God story. I think that's actually kind of cool. It's made in Frostbite. Yeah, Frostbite is a really, really, really pretty engine, for sure. They might even turn up the building collapsing from BF3, I hope, for there. So in all honesty, at this point, I don't see any reason why you can't have fully destructible shit like this for multiplayer. I really, really don't. I think this right here, this looked amazing. This all says that it's not actual gameplay, it's in-engine footage, which is fine, but you can clearly tell that the engine can handle it. So shit like this needs to be done in the game. Maybe not to every single building, because you don't want to, like, especially if you're in multiplayer, you don't want to, like, join in and literally everything is just, like, a square where a building used to be. You know what I mean? But I think they need to turn the destruction back up. I think they need the fully destructible environments back up and everything, because this all looks fantastic.
For the Pax Armada mercenaries who are watching now, I have a message. It's over.
This all looks really good. The guns are modeled so well. The guns are modeled really, really, really well. I mean, look at the detail. You know, and I know that's kind of like a weird thing to say, but there are tons of times and tons of video games, one coming up in a month, right? Where, you know, the guns may not necessarily be bad, but they're not entirely the best either, but they're not going for accuracy. But these guys are. You know what I mean? Everything looks fantastic. This looks fantastic. The F-16, the F-22, the tanks, the destruction. This all looks amazing.
Move fast. Move decisive. Dagger on my 6. Send it.
The dam. Imagine if they do this, right? Imagine in the multiplayer if they make the dam, which they should, an objective that is destructible, and you've got 70 fucking people down here, and literally they all have to look up and watch this dam just crack the fuck open like an egg. And there's nothing they can do to get away from it. I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the Brooklyn Bridge. Except the Raptor won't do that. I get it's video game, though, and you're right, it still looks cool. Well, I mean, you know, granted, the F-22 isn't known for its Cobraing skills, but it's a Top Gun thing. Yeah, you know, like, we're gonna let that one slide, because it's a Top Gun deal. All right. Fine. It looks cool as shit. You know, sure, an F-14 can do that with its wings extended, but then you break the wings and they're stuck that way, and, you know, you're kind of fucked. But, you know, it's Top Gun stuff. That's okay. We kind of let Top Gun slide. So, sure, I'll go with it. But I'm pretty sure this is the Brooklyn Bridge, isn't it? Pretty sure this is the Brooklyn Bridge and this is the GWB. I don't know why they hit the GWB. The Brooklyn Bridge obviously is the bigger one. Gotta ding him for the Empty Viper, though? Empty Viper? Really? Where's the empty Viper? Well, that one's not empty. I mean, he's kind of tiny, but yeah. I mean, that just looks cool as shit. Yeah, that's why I brought up the Viper. I know what it's called, but when it's taking off, because I'm pretty sure that there's only like 1 or 2 scenes where we actually see the Viper. There's a pilot in there. Oh, you're talking the no stores. Okay, fair. I wasn't even looking at that, but you know what? That's a good point. Yeah, it's got nothing on the wings. Oops.
Move decisive. Dagger on my 6.
Send it.
No. It was a good catch. I didn't even notice that, and I'm a big jethead too. But yeah, I didn't notice that it was about to go out there like a lawn dart and do nothing. These guys have something on their wings. It may not be a whole lot, but you got something here and you got something here. So they did fix, at least in this shot, they did give them some kind of loadout, which is nice.
Paint the target for the F-61.
Unless you're sending him with just the guy. I mean, granted, we're not like we don't know what the campaign is. We have no idea what the campaign is, right? So it's entirely possible that, you know, maybe it's one of those things where it just wasn't ready to go. Like, there's a million different things they could do, right? It could be one of those things where it's like, we need things up in the air now. It doesn't matter whether you're loaded or not. We need a presence kind of deal. Go. And they just kind of rushed everybody out. Battlefield's done that in the past, right? So, like, okay. Well, but I definitely see what you mean about the empty load, though. You know, no. I think it's a good point. I think it's a really good point, because it's when you see an F-16 taking off, unless it's at an air show, and it could even be at an air show, right? You usually at least see a fuel tank, but there's nothing here. Right? So, and like, if you see an F-16 take off for combat, these fuckers are loaded to the gills. That, like, you might as well be sending up a rocket, like a fucking space shuttle, that literally is just, it's just bringing death with it. Right? And even at air shows, it still may have like the fuel tank underneath, or it could have, you know, the 2 fuel tanks on either wing for balance or whatever, right? This thing's got nothing, though. This thing is empty, which is actually kind of funny. But again, you know, who knows? Also, I'm kind of wondering, and maybe it's just me, just because we're being a little nitpicky here, but I can't really determine where this is taking off from. Because the right side of it, you're sitting there going, okay, well, there's stuff in the background, but you can clearly tell, like, the buildings over here are fucked. So maybe they're, like, way off in the distance. But doesn't this kind of look like a carrier on the left? F-16s aren't meant to take off on carriers, or land for that matter, so maybe that's it? Maybe it has to do a carrier takeoff? I mean, that would suck, by the way. That would really suck. IRL, but it's a video game, so who knows? Maybe they're pulling another Top Gun moment? Looks like an AA battery on the left, and the... Well, that's what I was thinking, but again, it could be anything, right? It very well could be anything. I love this Cobra look, though. Oh, it's so dumb. I understand that, but when that F-22 Cobra is... Yeah, that looks cool as shit. It just does. Not realistic, but still looks fucking awesome. Land base, otherwise these guys are all dead. They'd be... Well, that's what I mean, though, right? It's Battlefield, so maybe they're pulling another Top Gun moment. You know what I mean? Where technically, yes, it could be done under very, very controlled and strict circumstances. But generally speaking, everybody's just going to turn into a fireball IRL. But maybe they're going with it because it's a Top Gun moment and it looks kind of cool. And you know what I mean? Like, maybe they're doing that. Who knows? Looks out of place because all the shots are land-based. No, I completely agree with you. I absolutely agree. Plus, where's the goddamn water? Again, if you're close enough to see buildings like this, who knows? Because you've also got the background here blanked out with smoke. So we have no idea. You know what I mean? Like, it's actually like a really, really smart thing to do it this way because you can't tell. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they're just going full on Top Gun. Shield's aircraft carrier in the sky. Well, no, here's the thing though. Like, you have to remember, it's not like an aircraft carrier is, or the deck of an aircraft carrier is 30 feet off the water, right? So under the right conditions, and we've seen this plenty of times from news footage and stuff like that, under the right conditions, if you have the bow pitching down, the back end is actually up so high that, holy shit. You know what I mean? It looks like it's literally in the sky. Those fuckers are tall. Those are really, really tall. So, who knows? But I will give him this. Everything looks really, really pretty. We'll see. We shall see. That's all I can say. Last up, before we get into more Dune, two cool things happened. We're not going to spend too much time on them, but I know Aylin and myself and a couple others will be a little bit interested in this. The Claire Obscure the Claire Obscure devs impressed Hideo Kojima so much he invited them to his studio. So even Kojima's like, fuck yeah, this game was amazing. Right? Now I only bring this up not because it's, oh, well, it's Hideo Kojima, right? Like, that part, it's like, okay, well, yeah, but Kojima does everything for people like that who are incredibly successful, and that's really cool and good for them. But the reason I bring this up is specifically because Claire Obscure devs visit Final Fantasy offices for an exchange of ideas. which is holy shit. That's really cool. So one of the biggest gaming hits of 2025 in a traditional turn-based RPG game that reminded many fans of the golden era of the PS1 JRPGs they still pine for. Some have even gone so far as to argue that the next Final Fantasy game should be more like Clair Obscur, or maybe Square Enix agrees. The publisher recently invited the game's developers to its headquarters in Japan. All the people, they're French names, so I can't really pronounce them. Yeah. They all visited the Square Enix office for a creatively rich exchange of visions and ideas. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi, wrote on social media on Thursday. He even shared a picture of everyone standing next to a cardboard cutout of Cloud and his iconic Buster Sword. Producer and longtime Final Fantasy veteran Yoshinori Kitase was there too. It wasn't the team's only stop in Tokyo either. They also visited Koji Pro so they could sign copies of the game for Hideo Kojima. Again, cool. Give him that one. If you're going to be noticed by Dev, Kojima's a pretty good one. Absolutely. And you've got Square Enix inviting you for an exchange of ideas and fucking Kojima going, hey, could you guys come over and, like, autograph, please? Pointy fingers. You know what I mean? Like, damn. While Final Fantasy has moved toward big open worlds and action-based combat, Clair Obscur features high graphical fidelity but old-school mechanics like turn-based combat, albeit with some rhythm-based parries and dodges, and an overworld map for exploring in between dungeons. The game's developers have not only been shy about how much of the game is a tribute to their own love of Square Enix games, there are also nods to Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy, and more, all within the first hour of the game, which is true. The result has been message boards, subreddits, and TikTok feeds full of JRPG fans arguing about what Final Fantasy can learn from Clair Obscur, which, by the way, I agree. I think Final Fantasy could learn a lot from these guys. The debates come as Square Enix retools its development pipeline, and some fans worry the publisher's marquee franchise has lost its creative vision and sales potential amid trend chasing. I can understand what they're saying, but if I'm being completely honest, I think a lot of people shit more on Final Fantasy 16 than they needed to. I don't think... I think there is definitely room for criticism for Final Fantasy 16, but I don't think some of the criticism that they got was merited. I think there were a lot of things that were blown way out of proportion, in terms of complaints as far as 16 goes, that we just didn't need to go there. There was no reason to. Because it doesn't make any sense as to why people are complaining about it in the first place. The company was even asked at a recent shareholder meeting if the next Final Fantasy would go back to being turn-based, given Clair Obscur's critical success and financial success. Square Enix said it was aware of the game, but declined to hash out the design document for the sequel in public. And to be fair, maybe it's just me, but I want to get your take on this, right? What do you think of Final Fantasy going back to turn-based? Do you think that's going to solve all their problems? I personally don't. I think you can get away with a game that has the real-time combat and everything like that, and they could even go further with real-time combat. It's the story that suffers a lot of the time in Final Fantasy games now. And Final Fantasy 16 was a really, really, really good story, but they could have done a lot more with it. And that's my take on it. But, I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, do you guys feel like maybe they should go back to turn-based? Do you think that's kind of where they belong? Or if E33 didn't have the story that it does, then it would not be the critical success that it is. No, I completely agree. I completely agree with you. It wouldn't be the critical success that it is, but I think what's the best way to put it? The story is fantastic, and I think a lot of people only look at the game mechanics when it comes to E33. And most of the time, every time we brought up an E33 article, it's primarily talking about the mechanics and not so much the story, and how, like, there are people out there who are like, oh, well, it should be the exception to the rule, not the standard, and like all, you know, other shit like that. And fuck it, whatever, they're free to have their own opinions. But I feel like the game mechanics and the game story should all synchronize with one another. Right? Like, I typically, nowadays, I don't like turn-based RPGs. But that's because everybody wants to make, everybody 90% of the time just goes, hey, let's make a turn-based RPG like one of the old PS1 Final Fantasy games. And they have no story. So it's a turn-based RPG first, actual story second, versus what Clair Obscur did, which is let's make them both together and create something that we can all be proud of, and they both marry each other very, very well. You need good gameplay and good story to have a good game, and it's out of balance, then it's crap. Yeah. This better not be corporate venture. No. Actually, this is really, really cool. So, Clair Obscur just went on a tour of Tokyo. The Clair Obscur devs. They stopped off at Square Enix for an exchange of ideas. And the game is so successful and so well done, Hideo Kojima, who's also based in Tokyo, did the pointy fingers and went, could you guys maybe, like, kind of come over to the studio and sign copies of my game, please? They're just doing really, really, really good. The mechanic should support the story, should support the mechanic. I agree. I completely agree. So, yeah, maybe they're just getting more insights on how to incorporate game mechanics with story better, right? Because the E33 devs, they're all like seasoned vets of game development, right? Most of them left Ubisoft and created their own thing. Spoiled, coming in for 54 months. Thank you so much, Spoiled.
Happy 40th birthday, Shadow.
What? It's not, what? It's not my birthday. What? Hello? It's not my what? But thank you for the 54 months. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, they're all seasoned veterans, right? These guys, like, who knows? You know, I mean, who knows who's working on what now at Square Enix? They could have a lot of new people. And, you know, maybe the way of doing things has changed from the time they did Final Fantasy 7 and 8. That's okay. Birthday dance party. No, it's not my birthday. Nor are you. Oh, God. No, I'm gonna be 39. I'm not gonna be 40 quite yet. I'm getting there, but I'm not 40 yet. But thank you for the dance party. But yeah. So I was like, wow, that's actually kind of cool. That's actually really, really cool, and I'm really, really happy for the devs of E33. That was a toothless dance party. So yeah, good on the E33 devs, and I sincerely wish them nothing but the best. They came out with an absolutely amazing fucking kick-ass game, and it's in my top 10 for favorite games played of all time. So, and by the way, that tier list that I did doesn't show you how close those top 10 are. Those top 10 are all insanely close. So it's not like Metal Gear Solid 3 is leaps and bounds over Clair Obscur. Like, that's a really, really, really close top 10. So much to the point where, like, you know, number 10 could lick number 1 from where they're standing, kind of deal. So, yeah, honestly, good for them. Good for them. That's fantastic. And I'm really, really happy for them. It's a top 10 orgy. Basically, yeah. It is. I think I took a picture of it, didn't I? Pretty sure I took a picture of it. Dice, flowers, Japan. I could have sworn I put it in the Discord somewhere, but yeah. Yeah, I just don't remember where I put it in the Discord. But I know I did. I have no idea where, but I know I did. Either way, but yeah. You know, hey. Good on them. Also, what the fuck is this? And I hate that I'm clicking on this. The 15th Air Bud film is coming, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Oh, no. We don't need another Air Bud. Also, when the fuck did they come out with 13 other Air Buds? I remember there being 2. When did we get 13 more? It'd be like somebody coming out and going, Free Willy 20 is coming out next year. But yeah, hey, good on them. It was an absolutely fantastic game. I loved E33. I really, really did. It was so good. So good. Direct-to-video, probably, yeah. More than likely. But, yeah. Hey. Good on E33. These guys deserved it. It's in just chatting topics. Ooh. Wow, you're good at that. Thank you. Just chatting topics. There it is. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yes, visit the site. What? No. Open link. Visit. No, I don't want to download it. God damn it. Well, alright. We'll just open the shit. Oh, because it's just downloading the picture. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah. I mean, it's Metal Gear Solid 3, Final Fantasy 7-8, Final Fantasy 14, Metal Gear Solid 1, Elden Ring, Alan Wake 2, Death Stranding, Battlefield 2142, Baldur's Gate, and Expedition 33. That's an insanely close fucking... That's an insanely close lineup. That's an insanely close lineup. I mean, that's kind of huge. So, yeah, you know, like... put that as my top 10, there ain't a lot more room. That's for sure. You don't even want to think about your top 10? No, totally fair. I think the first time when we started doing this in particular, this was, I want to say it easily took over an hour just to get my top 10. Easily. The rest of them kind of fell into place after that. There were a few stragglers down at the end here that I really needed to think about, but the majority of time spent was in the top 10, for sure. Remember the convo, everything moved around so much. It really did. It really, really did. I'm old, I've been doing this shit a long time. No, I mean, totally fair. Totally fair. And that was kind of what it was for me, too, because I'm sitting there going, okay, well, I know, like, most of these games are within, like, say, 20 or 30 years, right? But then there's other stuff, too, right? There's older stuff like the Next Generation for Sega Genesis, this Klingon Honor Guard that was on the Unreal 1 engine, right? There's Wing Commander 2, Star Trek 25th Anniversary. Both of these were for DOS 3.1 and 3.2, you know, Doom 1 and 2. And I'm not talking about the ports to the consoles. I'm talking about the actual original, whether it be the 5-inch or the 3.5-inch floppies that you needed for these, you know, like stuff like that. Would have put Sushi Ghost a lot higher. It was tough. It was like this. If I'm being honest, like, this is really, really, really tough. Because it's like, there are a lot of people who think Metal Gear Solid 2 should be a hell of a lot higher. And, okay, fair. But is Metal Gear Solid 4 better than Elden Ring? Is it better than Alan Wake 2? Is it better than Death Stranding? Is it better than Battlefield 2142? Which, out of all of these games, I have literally the most hours on. And it's not even close. You know what I mean? Like, it's a really, really, really tough spot to be in. So I get what you're saying. Totally get what you're saying. But this was a tough list to put together. Really tough list. It was actually a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be. Oh. But Sushi Ghost was amazing still. Just the fact that it's on here. You know what I mean? Top 50 of all time? My God. MGS2 was great for what it is, but isn't a pimple on the ass of 3. I mean, that's true. That's true. But, I mean, again, there's other stuff that's way in front of it, and they're all, like, lumped real. Like, if you were to take this top 10 and just count it as one, you'd still have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and like so on, right? Like, these guys are so close together, you might as well just lump them all in as first place. But you can't do that. So, yeah, you know, that was my top 50. But, okay, I asked this in Discord, by the way, and Spoil, maybe you can help out with this a little bit. What other kind of tier lists would you guys like to see? Now, if it comes to food and stuff like that, if I'm going to be doing food stuff as time goes on, that's fine. But it's got to be simple stuff. So, like, I could try and, like, track down, like, every flavor of Pop-Tart. Something simple like that. And I could try it on stream and do a tier list. Or, you know, something like food stuff like that. I want to keep it as simple as possible. Who asked for tier lists? We want more. Oh, God. said my piece in Discord on it. Oh, no. I agree. I just, if there are any, specific, I guess you could say, if there are any, like, specific ideas that anybody has. What is this? Oh, god damn it. God. I want to see Shadow and some of the crew play Among Us. Oh, God. Among Us. Jesus, I haven't thought of Among Us in fucking forever. Speaking of which, any update spoiled as to when we're doing things? You suck at that game? I think we all suck at that game. That's kind of the point. I literally don't think there's anybody that I've ever played Among Us with that hasn't sucked at it. It's not a matter of who's good, it's who sucks the least. If that makes any sense. They've done a ton of updates on it. There is one, and this is a while ago, but I think there's a VR version of it too. There's a VR version of it out there now, and I mean, I don't have a VR headset, so that kind of whatever, but I thought that was actually really cool. I thought that was actually really, really cool. So I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? I think the issue kind of with, at least for me, the issue with Among Us is like, you can only do it for a few hours, then everybody just gets really tired. You know what I mean? But it's not a bad idea, because I don't know my way around. I always sound like I'm lying. No, that's, again, anybody and everybody I've ever played with has been terrible at it for those reasons, right? But I was over it, and it was the thing with the, and like, you know, now it just sounds like you're lying. I think we've all been there. So, yeah. But, yeah, hey, that was the news today. It was a day. It was definitely an interesting day for sure. Yeah, as I said earlier, it has in fact been a day. So yeah, some people are taking it hard. I get it. Others are kind of taking it in stride. Others don't care. And there's really no wrong way to feel about shit. But hey, good news. The Claire Expedition devs, or Claire Obscure devs, are killing it, which is fantastic. We had the new Battlefield 6 looking actually really, really decent. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to watch that one more time because that actually looked really, really good. And then we'll get into some Dune. Did you hear about Colbert? I did, yeah. Yeah, I heard about Colbert. I've seen his stuff since, and I think it's really, really funny, and honestly, good for him. Good for him. You know, I don't think he should back down, and as far as comedy is concerned, everybody is perfectly entitled to take offense at a joke. That's perfectly fine. But the moment you try and ruin someone's a comedian's life over a joke, whether that be trying to get rid of them altogether by doing what's being done, or, you know, physically assaulting them, like with what Will Smith did to Chris Rock during the Oscars, stuff like that. Once it gets to that point, then whoever it is that is offended has no say whatsoever, and obviously isn't fit for human consumption, because most people, if they're offended by a joke, will just turn off whatever the fuck it is. They just will. I don't think it was staged. I don't think it was staged at all. I think what we see in terms of what's actually happening, yeah, I don't see that staged. I don't see that staged, and the reason is hang on.
You know who's got the hardest job tonight? Javier Bardem and his wife are both nominated. Now, if she loses, he can't win.
Because, see, everybody here, it doesn't matter whether they like him or not. They're kind of like, she's like, camera's on me, gotta smile. Fine. Right? There's some people who are genuinely enjoying it. Jason Momoa is back here, and he's like, you know what? Fuck it. That's actually kind of funny. This lady back here, she's like, okay, yeah, got it. This guy probably overacting a little bit, but he thinks it's funny.
He is praying that Will Smith wins. Like, please, Lord. Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
Now, see, this right here, everybody kind of does the polite laugh, right? Jada Pinkett Smith is like, this motherfucker, right? Understandably. She's not happy. Everybody's like, uh-oh.
That was a nice one.
Uh-oh, she ain't happy. Okay, maybe that was a little bit below the belt there, Chris.
Okay.
Right?
I'm out here. Uh-oh, Richard.
Literally less than 7 seconds ago, Will Smith had no problem with that joke until he looked at his wife. You can tell he's not happy about what he just did. And he's now embarrassed because he's got to do the walk of shame back down that catwalk. What is this?
Hello and welcome back.
Hang on 1 second. This is a what if theory? Oh boy. But let's just finish watching this.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Now wait. Now, right after this point, everybody went, oh shit.
Wow, dude.
There ain't no way you can get that many fucking people simultaneously, actors or no, There ain't no way you can get that many actors simultaneously on the same page with the same exact cue and everything else shot this way without months and months and months and months and months worth of prep. Zero way. And this is all done live, by the way. Most of these people in this audience have never done anything live ever.
It was a G.I. Jane jump.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth!
I'm going to, okay? Okay.
Yeah. There's also no way you can tell me that he's not seeing stars right now.
That was a greatest night in the history of television. Okay.
There's no way you can't tell me he's not seeing stars. Zero.
My theorist. Today's video is something I never thought I would cover because no one really talks much about the Oscars anymore, as we can see from this statistical graph. I also don't cover these types of topics on my channel, but since this was the slap heard around the world last night and has broken the internet, I thought I would explain why this slap was not only staged with proof, but to also remind you it wasn't first time a comedian got slapped on live TV. That's right, the original TV slap heard around the world was by Jerry the King Lawler.
Okay, there's a massive we need context here. There is a massive difference between what happened at the Oscars between Chris Rock and Will Smith, between what happened on David Letterman 35 years previous with Jerry the King Lawler and Andy Kaufman. Andy Kaufman and Jerry the King Lawler were both in on the joke. So everything that happened between those two on stage was quite literally staged, and nobody else was in on it. Right? And that's been confirmed by many people. And not only that, this was months and months and months in the making on live TV. And Andy Kaufman said he was going to give up comedy, and because he was, he was doing this bit where he was a wrestler and he was the bad guy and he was out to prove that, all wrestling is fake and yada yada yada, right? And then he goes, well, I call in any woman wrestler and this, that, and the, and then I can't remember who it was that came out, and she tried to suplex him and he got out of there, and he was just being a little bitch about everything and being a massage. Like, that was all an act, and that took forever to come through. Nothing about that slap was natural. He offended the man. The man yells at him and approaches him. He puts his hand behind his back. Nothing natural about that. You can see Will's slap was also reserved. If I'm going to slap you and mean it, I'm going to make your ass see cuckoo birds and stars. You're getting everything I got. Fair, but again,
Also don't cover these types of topics on my channel, but since this was the slap...
First off, he didn't put his hand behind his arm. That's him twisting his body and cocking his left arm back so that he's got more than enough leverage to do it. So that's the first thing down, right? There is something natural about that. If you're going to fight or you're going to punch somebody, your entire body twists. Your entire fucking body twists. That's just how it is. And you go into that stance. This is meant to be a punch, but last minute, I'm just going to fucking slap you. That's what that is. So did he originally mean to go up there and slap him? No. He probably meant to go up there and fucking knock his lights out. But last minute, he turned it into a slap because he realized where he was. Guaranteed.
The slap hurt around...
That's a fighting thing. That's all that is. He didn't walk up there and go, okay, I'm going to put my hand behind my back now. No, his body twisted. That other hand was literally ready to go again. for round 2. That's a boxing thing.
Around the world last night and has broken the internet, I thought I would explain why this slap was not only staged with proof, but to also remind you it wasn't the first time a comedian got slapped on.
Also, if he was mad for real, he wouldn't have slapped him. That's not accurate culturally at all. Again, if you look at the original video, he was having a good time, and he might not have necessarily appreciated the joke, but he was laughing along with everybody else until he looked at Jada. That's the point. Now he feels he's got to do something. You have to remember the context this is in. Jada is also cucking him hard with multiple people. This dude has emotions going literally all over the place. And not only is she cucking him, she's making him go, I'm a piece of shit because my wife is cucking me. And she couldn't give a fuck. Here's his chance to look like a man.
Live TV. That's right, the original TV slap heard around the world was by Jerry the King Lawler, who tweeted today that he and Andy Kaufman did this 35 years ago, which perhaps was the best feud in television history. On David Letterman, both guests would appear, and after Andy Kaufman was being Andy...
Not to mention, there's also no payoff in this. Right? There's zero payoff in this. Like, yes, Jerry the King Lawler put out a thing, oh, me and Andy did this shit 35 years ago. Yeah, but you know what the payoff was? The payoff was that Andy and Jerry the King Lawler both got into the ring to settle their fucking differences after all this. That's what it was leading up to. Right? It was all leading up to promoting WWF at the time. Was it WWF? Actually, I don't even think it was WWF, but it was there to promote wrestling, pro wrestling, right? And get these two massive icons into the ring at the same time. And you have to remember, people thought wrestling was 1,000,000% real at this point. So Andy Kaufman is doing a massive job carrying this entire story on his back as a comedian turned misogynist, turned sexist, turned heel, calling everything fake, calling women, saying women have no business in wrestling, saying the only thing that they should do is be in the kitchen and make a sandwich and this, that. Like, he was going off, but everybody believed it. And the entire payoff was Jerry the King Lawler gets to come in, whip Andy's ass horribly, and now he's the hero. There's no payoff when it comes to Chris Rock and Will Smith. Because they talked privately. Chris said it was okay. He's not suing anybody. He doesn't agree with what happened. And then he had one show after the fact, and it was a smash hit, and then really nobody's ever heard of him. There's zero payoff. There was a payoff for this.
I could have sued you for everything you're worth.
Well,
and I didn't because I'm not that kind of a guy.
Yeah. You know what?
What kind of a guy are you?
I'm going to
as far as I'm
pause here
concerned,
for station identification and get the hoses out here.
Of course, the wrestling icon Jerry Lawler sold this slap much more convincingly, so this feud was thought to be legitimate. Eventually, it was revealed that the feud was staged and that Kaufman and Lawler were friends. What is crazy is this wasn't disclosed until more than 10 years after Kaufman's death.
Yeah, and that was, and everybody thought Tony Clifton was a real guy for 30 fucking years. Isn't Jerry Lawler dead? Yeah, he died, I think, I want to say like a year or two ago. Something like that. But yeah. Oh, well, they didn't find out till 10 years later that he and Lawler were friends. Yeah, so what? People thought Tony Clifton was real for 30 fucking years after because Andy's manager went out and kept doing the bit as Tony Clifton. That doesn't prove anything other than the fact that Andy Kaufman, in all of his weirdness, was also a comedic genius.
when the Emmy-nominated documentary A Comedy Salute to Andy Kaufman aired on NBC in 1995. So with abysmal ratings and views, the Oscars had to do something, so Will Smith and Chris Rock said, "I got you." Now let's look at the video and evidence to see why there are so many clues this historic night at the Oscars was in fact well planned. First, the joke, to set up the slap.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
So you mean to tell me, now hang on, you mean to tell me that one line, can't G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see you in it, because of alopecia that a woman doesn't like, who is also married to the guy that's getting cucked so fucking hard he was willing to take his own life at one point, is going to be the setup for what happens? That's a really, really weak setup. And I know for a fact Chris Rock can do better than that.
Even Will is seen here laughing off the joke.
And again, there is a I don't know who this person is, but this person doesn't fucking understand comedy to save their life. They just don't. You can clearly tell he's like, oh, I'm laughing because she's laughing. Because she's laughing. Because the guy up here is laughing. Because Jason Momoa sitting less than 10 feet from me is laughing. Because I'm literally Will fucking Smith. I have more Oscars, more Grammys, more everything than most people in this room, and they're all laughing, and I have to save face, but the joke's kind of whatever, because it's aimed at my wife. True, coming in for 31 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Jada's having none of it. And I'm sorry, Jada's a complete bag of shit. She is. So it's no wonder a fucking narcissist doesn't like it when she decides, oh yeah, I don't like something. We already know she's a bag of shit and doesn't give a fuck about Will.
However, that mood would quickly change as Jada is visibly upset. So many say Will saw that Jada was upset, and this is where he changed his tune and decided to go on stage, except several key factors the Oscar-winning actor and Chris Rock would give away in this exchange show that it was in fact staged. First, Chris Rock is a very animated individual and talks with his hands, except when Will Smith decided to walk up on stage, Chris decides to put his hands behind his back. I don't know about you, but Chris might be the first person in the face of danger to do this.
Okay, second, this person has never been in a fight before. Ever. Never, ever, ever been in a fight. I guarantee you Chris knows what's coming. He knows that, well, he doesn't even know what's coming. He knows something's coming, but he's also trying to be a gentleman because he's quite literally on thin ice already. You have to remember one massive, massive thing, and I hate to bring it to this, okay, but this is where it went. Here is a man who spent most of his life being a black comedian who also was a very raunchy one. That's a very, very, very little niche to be in, and he did it really, really well. And he's one of the few who has actually made it past just that and became a megastar and was cast in movies and was put in TV shows and has done God knows how many different commercials, and he's done anything and everything you could possibly think of because of where he started. But he still knows that, unfortunately, because of the way a lot of things happen in this industry, he's also part of a very, very, very small group of people who are of a different skin color in a room full of white people. I hate to put it that way, but that's the truth. So he's trying to be a gentleman as best as he can because he is on literally the world stage. You're full of shit and most black comedians are raunchy as fuck. That's my point. That's exactly my point. And name how many are even remotely as big as Chris Rock now. That's exactly my point. He's one of the few that made it out of that. He far exceeded that. Far, far, far exceeded that. That's exactly my point. They are raunchy as hell and everything like that. But a lot of the time, they don't go much farther. No, it's not a stunt. I guarantee it's not a fucking stunt.
If it wasn't staged, Chris would have taken a more defensive stance and put his hands up.
Since when? You're literally in a room full of celebrity royalty. Why would you ever think somebody's going to walk up on stage and slap the shit out of you? He's trying to be professional. He's trying to be the guy on stage. He's trying to be the presenter. And Will Smith just got up on stage. Why would he sit there and be like, oh shit, I got to get ready to box? Why? Why? What's the point? Nobody in their right mind would. It's not like Jason Momoa and John Travolta. You've never been a black man in America? Fair. Totally fair. But there's a massive difference between being a black man in America and being a black man in the middle of the fucking Oscars. Massive difference. And Chris Rock has lived a hell of a lot longer to the point where he hasn't been that black kid growing up in the streets for a hell of a lot longer than he has. Because he's talked about his young life, and it was hard. It was really hard, and I get that. Of course they're most offended by being disrespected. That's not the point. The point is these two people are so far removed from a lot of things to the point where, and this came out too, literally Will Smith was talked to by what was known as Black Hollywood backstage when they finally went to commercial. And that's why he came out and he apologized the way he did. You got people like fucking Denzel coming down your neck? Holy shit, you're going to change your tune.
In front of him saying he was sorry before Will even got close to him. It's a natural response to imminent danger to put your hands up, not put them behind your back. Next, Chris reveals to us he knows exactly where the slap is coming from. Not only does Chris have his hands behind his back, but he also decides
this is shit.
Towards the side that Will Smith plans on slapping Chris.
Doesn't take away the fact they'll still be disrespected. No, I understand that. But that does not mean in any way, shape, or form that this is staged. That literally has no bearing whatsoever that these two are so incredibly rich and know exactly where they are and who and what they represent that they're not going to try and save face, especially when they're on live TV. Come on. How many times have we seen literally an actor that we thought was down to earth open their fucking mouth and just go stupid? It works the other way too.
Chris. This is Chris obviously bracing for impact because he knows that Will has told him that he will slap him with his right hand.
Where? Where's the fucking evidence? Where is the evidence? Where's the evidence of I'm sorry? Where's the evidence of, oh, you can clearly see? We can't clearly see Chris Rock's eyes. Where's the evidence? And where's the payoff for this? Again, Jerry the King Lawler and Andy Kaufman, the payoff was they got to fight in the ring in the WWF. That was the whole point. And that took forever. So what's the payoff? Will Smith got blacklisted from Hollywood. Chris Rock had one show that was a massive banger, and people really haven't heard much of him since. Where's the payoff? There's zero payoff here. The setup at best is weak. Assuming this is a stunt, the setup at best is the weakest fucking thing I've ever seen. The action itself was shocking for a moment, and it went nuts for maybe about 3 days on the internet. Will Smith got the fuck talked to him by people like Denzel Washington, told him he was a fuck up and an idiot, and then Will Smith gets blacklisted from Hollywood. Where's the payoff? Where is the payoff?
There is nothing natural or organic about this entire slap.
This guy's never been in a fight. Guarantee you this guy's never been in a fight. Ever. I have. Multiple. And I've got a absolutely fucking wrecked back. And I got rib swell because I shattered all my fucking ribs because I was in a fight. I've got an arm that can pop out of its socket just because I sneezed. Because I've been in fights. This guy's never been in a fucking fight. Ever. The payoff is the entire world basically gave them the attention, which is the currency to most celebs in the entire Smith family. No, because it wasn't good publicity for any of them, and Will Smith got blacklisted by Hollywood. And it hasn't done him any favors since. None. So there's zero payoff. Everybody thinks Jada Pinkett Smith is a bitch, and she is. Everybody thinks that Will Smith is a little beta cuck bitch boy who can't get a job anymore unless it's something that, you know, people just want to go, oh, look at the fucking stupid guy who just got fucked, you know, who literally had to sit there and watch his wife fuck other dudes. That's it. So where's the payoff? There's none.
If Chris didn't know Will was going to get on stage, he would have taken a defensive position and not leaned into exactly where the slap was going to come from. Furthermore, Will Smith...
Oh my God, Tassara. Tassara is coming in with a raid.
What the fuck are you doing here?
How you doing, Tassara? Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Tassara, please? I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. And guys, if you don't know who Tassara is, you should totally go give her a follow. She's absolutely amazing. She's one of the best role players I've ever had the pleasure of playing with on Wild RP. And thank you so, so much. I really, really appreciate that, Tassara. How is everybody doing? Welcome in, everyone. Here, I'll do that. I don't know why it doesn't come up this way, because that's kind of stupid, but whatever. How are you liking Dune Awakening? Because we're going to be doing that here shortly. A raid that came in to cuck Will Smith. Like, see other. Well, I mean, it's true, right? We're watching this thing where apparently this guy who has zero evidence thinks that this whole thing is staged, and it's like, no.
Broke character after the slap, as we see from this unedited slow motion footage. As Will is walking back to his seat, he has a smile on his face. Here is a still shot exactly after the moment Will slapped Chris. He is clearly smiling, then he regains his composure to walk back to his seat. So many in the audience then thought this was a staged event. They laughed at the moment, but here comes the sell. Will Smith needs to sell this scene as legitimate, so many say this is why the slap wasn't staged.
I always get rated at the weirdest times.
Remind you, Will Smith just won an Oscar for Best Actor.
He didn't win an Oscar for Best Actor at this point. He won the Oscar after.
It's what he does. So he used real emotion.
Because the Oscar moment was quite literally the one where he sat there and apologized for what he did on stage after the fact. So he's wrong again.
And screamed profanity in a live event.
Bearded, what's going on, buddy?
The slap. Then elevated it further to create this moment where then everyone in the audience was like, wait, is this real? It has to be real. We have the shock on their faces, the awkward silence that follows. Chris Rock said it.
That was a greatest night in the history of television. Okay.
And it arguably might be, as after the event, social media and Twitter exploded with memes from every niche known in existence.
Okay, except for the fact that Hollywood doesn't care about Twitter and social media. The only people who do care about Twitter and social media in general, and this has been shown time and time and time and time and time again after the fact, are literally the people who think they're so self-important that they can take over social media, and most of the time it backfires. Because social media is quite literally its own complete animal.
Even anime, which I cover, got memes now, to politics, which I do try to avoid, but Will Smith and Chris Rock just provided memes for 10 years and created a moment in television history that will be discussed for a very long time. Now, I'm not going to discuss the legal or social implications of this. That is for you to do in the comments.
No. He can't discuss the legal implications of it, specifically because if this is a stunt, then there are no legal or social implications. There are none. If it's all a stunt, then that just means literally all Will Smith and Chris Rock have to say is, it's a prank, bro. And then literally Will Smith walks around and he never has to go to criminal court whatsoever. That's why. Because that's not salacious. That's the point. The point is that it's not so. If it is a stunt, like he's saying, right, then legally there's nothing that they can do because both parties agreed to it beforehand, which means even if the cops were called by somebody who didn't realize that it was a stunt, for the sake of argument, let's say it is, but if the cops were called, then they would have literally just told the cops, no, man, listen, it was a stunt. We did it. It's all over and done with. And then Will Smith walks free. That's not salacious enough. If it was going to be a stunt, then you probably would have heard something more along the lines of, hey, Will Smith got arrested at the Oscars, instead of literally him going up like 20 minutes later and then making an apology thing on stage after he won. You see what I mean? Like, that it's not salacious enough. There's zero payoff for this. There's absolutely zero. There's nothing in this that gives Will any more credibility, that gives Rock any more credibility. It doesn't give anybody any credibility whatsoever. In what world would Will get arrested if it was a stunt? That's my point. That's exactly my point. Because this guy says, well, I'm not going to speak to the legal or social ramifications or implications. Right? That's my point. He's not saying it because it's not salacious enough. Because the realization is that legally, if it's a stunt, everybody walks away and does their own thing, and there you go. Instead of Chris just being a gentleman about everything and being, listen, man, it was a bad joke. Sure, he shouldn't have hit me, but he did. It was a moment of weakness. I forgave him. Let's move the fuck on. If it was real, they would have escorted his ass out. Again, that is my point. It's not salacious enough to sit there and have him and say, oh, Will Smith was arrested, if the argument is it is a stunt. It doesn't do him any good to talk about the cons because it shows that there is no payoff. That's my point. That's absolutely my point. And that's the problem with these, well, what if theories, because a lot of the time they shy away from even remotely talking about the other side of the argument. They just want to focus on how they are right. But as soon as you ask a question that opposes that, they've got nothing. That's what I'm talking about. So when he says, well, I'm not even going to speak to the legal or social implications, yeah, of course you're not. Because every time you think about it for half a second, it ruins it. Society talked about both sides of this. What the fuck? What do you mean? So what? Again, that's my point. So what? It didn't do Will Smith any good. He was blacklisted from Hollywood for a while. It didn't do Chris Rock any good. Chris Rock took months off after this and then finally came back with one stand-up that, from what I understand, was only kind of, sort of, somewhat recorded. And he talked about it a little bit on stage, and that made some news, but it really hasn't done anything for his career at all. So where is the payoff for both of these people? There is zero. This isn't an Andy Kaufman and Jerry Lawler thing where they both got superstardom over it because it was leading up to something massive. This was as massive as it was going to get, and then it tanked hard.
Comments. However, Chris said he wasn't going to press charges, and well, why would he if this was staged?
Again, well, why would he if this was... I don't know, maybe because Chris Rock is one of the nicest fucking people in the universe? Maybe because he's trying to save face?
With movies being subpar in recent years and fans losing interest for the big screen, Hollywood needed drama to bring it back into relevance on its biggest night. With all the video clues I laid out in this video, tell me, do you think this slap was staged? If it was...
He was soft reprimanded. He was defending his wife, who was being made fun of for balding. No one is going to get blacklisted for that. These two did not get the response they anticipated. It backfired. Womp womp. No, he wasn't really doing much of anything after that for a little while. And if he's defending his wife, that's all well and fine, but there is a massive difference between defending your wife by just shouting, "Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth," and walking up on stage in front of thousands of people, okay, in front of thousands of people and assaulting another person. I don't care what anybody says. You start swinging, it's done. There ain't no more fucking talking. Period. And I can tell you this from a man's perspective. Somebody starts swinging, you don't stop swinging till the other person can't move anymore. Period. The only other thing you can do if you get absolutely fucking completely destroyed on live TV or in front of God knows how many people like that publicly is try to save face and play it off like it's no big deal. Because you weren't ready for it. That's it. There is zero payoff either way. And if it comes to the point where somebody starts swinging, then there ain't no more talking. No, there is a massive difference between a regular slap and what he did. That is a punch that last minute got turned into a slap. That is a last minute, I guarantee you that is a last minute punch that got turned into a slap. Guaranteed. I know this for a fact. I have the body to prove I've been in more fights than I'd like to remember. That is a last-minute punch that got turned into an open-hand slap. So yeah, that's a swing. And he pimp walked off the stage afterwards. That was a performance. No.
Stage. Was it better than Jerry and Andy's slap on Letterman? I always love to hear your thoughts and theories in the comments below.
No, because let me put it this way. If that's a pimp walk, okay? If that's a pimp walk, then literally every guy who has ever been in a fight literally knows how to pimp walk.
This was the slap heard around the world last night.
This is what I mean. That is a full-on, he's ready to fucking swing. But last minute, he changed his mind and went, no, I'm slapping him instead. Because you see his arm cock up right here. You see his right arm? His right arm's cocked. His right arm is primed. That is not a slap. That is absolutely not a slap. He's got his fist balled. Guaranteed. Guaranteed he's got his fist balled up. And last minute, and you can see it, he goes, uh-oh, slap time. Because here's his hand right up here. Guaranteed. That is a punch that turned into a last-minute slap. And you know this because he was throwing his whole body behind that thing, and this arm is getting cocked back. He knew what he was about to do, and he went, I should probably tone it down a bit. Guaranteed. I guarantee you this was supposed to be a punch. Absolutely guarantee you. There's no way in hell it wasn't. That's my point. I wouldn't be surprised if it was fake. I'm not in that camp whatsoever. Not whatsoever. That's again, there's zero payoff. People are connecting dots where there aren't any. That's what's going on. Will Smith's been around long enough and has been through so many different acting classes and has done so many different movies. Motherfucker knows how to fight. Absolutely, he knows how to fight. And anybody who's ever been in a fight and anybody who's ever trained to fight knows exactly what's going on with his body language. It's clear as day. This is a staged thing. This is, I'm going to deck this motherfucker, and last minute he goes, no, I'm slapping him instead. That's what this is. That's why his left arm is cocking back like it is in the middle of the swing. Not before, which is what was said previously, but during, because his body is twisting, he's throwing all his weight behind something that last minute he slapped. The last minute turns into a slap. That's what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. He's an embarrassed, angry guy right now who has to try and save face because everybody is laughing at his wife, whom he already is having massive, massive problems with, and he's got to try and be the man. And he walks up on stage after looking at his wife, who probably looked at him and gave him fucking daggers, because now he's got to go do something. And he gets up on stage. He doesn't want to, but he's already pissed off. That's ready for a punch. And last minute, he turns it into a fucking slap. Now he's got to walk. Now he's got to turn around and do the walk of shame all the way back down that runway so that he can sit back down and try and compose himself. I'm sorry. I just don't see it. If this is staged, this is one of the worst fucking staged things I've ever seen in my entire life. One of the worst. You mean to tell me pro wrestlers do it better in the 1970s than Chris Rock and Will Smith? He was grinning and doing the cool ass walk. He grinned for about half a second, which you can clearly see, and then it immediately turned into, I'm trying to compose myself. And that's not really a grin. That's not him showing his teeth going, hey guys, look what I just did. I think it's real, but you rationalize that there needs to be a payoff like future movie deals or comedy deal. Not necessarily. Could be many reasons or just really short-term public act. But again, there has to be a payoff for somebody. Right? Like, if you... Okay, let me put it this way. If you and your buddy are going to... it doesn't really matter. Some fucking birthday party. Right? And for whatever reason, you get in your head, hey... we got something we're working on, right? Let's turn this into a whole thing. And you walk up, or your buddy walks up and fucking decks you. And then most people just get you being on YouTube, sobbing, and listening to your wife talk about how good it is to get fucked by other guys while she doesn't give a shit about you. And the other guy, the only thing he gets out of it is... one really good show. What purpose has it served? Nobody's getting paid. And it didn't really work. So people are complex, but also dumb. A greater motive isn't always what was intended. The entire argument that this kid is talking about, and I'm going to label him as a kid because he hasn't been in, like, literally fucking anything in his life. The entire argument is based on the fact that Andy Kaufman and Jerry the King Lawler did this 35 years previous. So if they did it, then this has to be. If that's the argument, then that means that there has to be a payoff. The payoff for Andy Kaufman and Jerry Lawler was they were able to hype up the fight that they were already going to be scheduled to do months in advance so that everybody would be constantly talking about it, and the end result being Jerry Lawler being the hero again and being in the limelight, and Andy Kaufman using that limelight for the time being to be the bad guy. So it's a win-win for both of them. If you're going to take that argument, which this kid is, and use it and compare it to what happened between these two, that's an absolutely crap argument. Because if you're going to compare, then you have to ask yourself, what's the payoff? There was a clear payoff when it comes to Andy and Jerry. There is no payoff whatsoever when it comes to these two. So even if, for the sake of the argument, it is a setup and it was staged, this has nothing to do with what this kid is talking about. Zero. That just means he got lucky in guessing it's fake or real. That's it. That's the issue that I have. Honestly, I don't care one way or another. Yeah, not taking the approach of the YouTuber. Yeah. That's what I mean, though, right? Whether this is staged or not, I personally don't believe it's staged, and that's okay. And I know that there are a ton of other people that do believe it's staged, and that's okay too. But I guarantee you, nobody else is is saying, well, Jerry the King Lawler and Andy Kaufman, he literally could not have picked a worse example. And tried to compare the two. Because you can't, the two situations don't even remotely come close. If this is staged and it's a one-off thing, then this is something that probably happened maybe a week or two previous, right? And they talked about it and they said, hey man, let's do this. I'm going to come up I'm going to hit you, you know, and this, that, and the other thing. And then I'm going to go back. I'm going to sit down, scream, keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. We'll be in the limelight for a little bit, and then everything will die down and it'll be fine. But it'll be a great Oscar moment. And then, you know, Chris goes, oh, yeah, man, no problem. I'm all here for it. You know me. I'm a stand-up comedian. I can take the hits. No big deal. This wasn't a months and months and months long thing where Andy Kaufman comes out and makes an entire group of people believe that something that they believe is real is fake, and then becomes a misogynist, bigoted piece of shit in the ring who sits there and kicks the crap out of women, only to back down when a woman stronger than him comes in and kicks the shit out of him, and then turns around and threatens to sue anybody who hits him for everything they've got. It was a slow-mo analysis. That was the point. Again, the slow-mo analysis doesn't show enough. I don't think the slow-mo analysis shows enough. Anybody who's been in a fight knows why he twisted the way he does and why his left arm cocked back. Everybody could see his right arm cock back before he goes in for the swing. And then all of a sudden his right hand flips up and it turns into a slap. Right? Most people, if you're going to slap somebody, you're not going to cock your arm up like you're about ready to fucking pile drive them into the stomach. Most of the time, they're just going to walk up to you and whack. They're going to haymaker it. They're going to absolutely haymaker it. He's not haymakering. He's not.
I would cover, because no one really talks much about the Oscars anymore, as we can see from this statistical graph. I also don't cover these types of topics on my channel, but since this...
Go ahead. Show me where, though.
was the slap heard around the world last night and has broken the internet, I thought I would explain why this slap was not only staged with proof, but to also remind you it wasn't...
I don't see in the slow-mo stuff, like, where this is coming from. Seeing it like that, a weak slap. Well, that's what I mean, right? You don't sit there and cock up your... Why is this not working all of a sudden?
It wasn't the...
There we go. Typically, if you're going to slap somebody, you're going to haymaker, right? Like, well, I mean, let's face it. We all come from a time where our parents... right? If we did something really fucking stupid, we get slapped. And we could see it coming a mile away because they were haymakering. Right? His arm just cocked up. Right? You can see the elbow. It just went 90 degrees. His arm just cocked up. That's not a haymaker. That's a punch. And then, oh, here's the hand. We know this because it's not there before. He turns it into a slap last minute. This slow-mo is the most zesty slap. Yeah. It just... I don't know.
last night and has broken the internet.
I don't see it. I really, really don't. And in terms of the YouTuber themselves, yeah, sorry. That's an absolutely awful argument. That's an awful argument. How many, I hate to put it this way, but how many times have we all been slapped? And how many times have you seen anybody literally cock up their arm like that when they're ready to slap somebody? You don't cock up an arm with an elbow 90 degrees like that if you're ready to slap. No, you just fucking haymaker them. That's it. That's all there is to it. I've literally never, ever seen, ever, in any fight that I've ever been in, I've literally never seen anybody do a slap like that, ever. Have a good night, spoiled. Why does this keep compiling shaders? I really wish this would stop compiling the shaders. That'd be so nice. Please stop. You were doing fine last week. Why are you compiling shaders again? There's no need to compile them. They've been compiled for over a month. Why are we compiling them still? I don't understand. Why is the compiling? What Does anybody else have this problem, by the way? This the actual game or Dune RP? Well, it's Dune RP, yeah. We're on the RP server. Why is... I'd love to know why we're compiling shaders. I really would. There we go. Jesus. What, they put out another update or something that, like, screwed it all up? Is that what happened? Come on, anytime. Okay, connection is bad. That's not good. I don't like that. Everything's still running. That's good. Power down in 3 days. Okay. So it's powering down in 3 days, and I need more... let me see. Okay, I need more lube. Which sounds really bad, but I need more lube. So if I need more lube... then that means I go to... the chemical refinery. Turn this on. Lube. I need fuel cells and silicone. Okay. So I need to get fuel cells and silicone. That's what I need to get. What the? We need all the Astroglide. We really do. Okay, well that doesn't sound good at all. Yeah, put it on 2. Oh shit, this dude's base is gone? He moved. Interesting. Yeah, because this dude's base was, like, settled right into the rock. It's not there anymore. Very interesting. Okay. There's usually a third one around here somewhere. Usually. But I know Coriolis Day was just the other day, so... oh, that's a crashed ship. I'm not going anywhere near that. That worm's coming for it, and I'm not going to be a part of it. No, thank you. Is there anything around here? No. Damn it. Is there any down here? No. Oh boy. Nothing here. Nothing here either. Well, crap. Okay, so we got silicone. I'm trying to remember, or no, we got fuel cells, not silicone. Silicone is flour sand. Okay. Silicone's flour sand. That I shouldn't have much of a problem getting. Here, I'll put these in here for now. There. And then... let me make sure... There we go. Static launcher. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm looking for right there. That's not what I'm looking for right there. Motherfucker. I did it again. God damn it. I don't know why I always mistake the survey probe launcher for the static extractor, but I always do. And I gotta go back and get it. Damn it. Okay. Let me go back up here. Where would you be? In here, maybe? No. I know you're in one of these things. Where in the fuck? No, there's nothing in there. No. Nothing. Huh. Where? I'm at a complete loss here. Where the hell did it go? Still tent. Okay. Static compactor. Yeah. That's the one I was looking for. What is this one? It needs more aluminum. Oh boy. Okay, let's just go with this one. Okay, disabled. Fine. Now, I'll go back over here. And I will put this here. Dump this in here, because I don't need it. Okay, I'm just double checking I'm not, like, batshit insane. And I do, in fact, do not have it. Okay. ran away while I was gone. I mean, it must have. I don't know where the hell it could have been. The only thing I can think of is maybe it's in the buggy, but I don't know about that. Come on. There we go. I wish I could get that one over there, but that's literally in the middle of a shitstorm. If I remember correctly. Okay. There. Put this away. Okay. So I need one silicone. Oh, okay. This needs flour sand too. Of course it does. There, I'll take these out while that's working on that. I'm gonna have to go out, get more flour sand, I believe. No, because it's just silicone. So it's fine. Put you in here. Ooh. That weighs a lot. That's not good. Jesus. Okay. Do this. Do this. Do that. And it still leaves me with one. Crap. Here, I'll do this. Put these in here. And then I'll take the cobalt paste and bring it over here. This, yeah, that'll work. There. Much better. Okay, so now those are in there. That's fine. Okay. Let me check here. Inventory. No, it's not in there. Where the hell did it go? Ooh, wait a minute. Take all of those. There we go. Oh yeah, I have no roof. Oops. You moved. What do you got on you? Nothing that I want. So I will take the body instead. There we go.
Who's that? Shields up!
Whoa, buddy. Guess you're dying too, idiot. Taking your stuff too. Okay, where's my monies? I believe it's in here, right? Yes. There. What else can I put in here? These guys... The spice food has a place already. I think everything else is good-ish. Well, I can put those in there. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, now I can make lube. Oh, I can make industrial lube. What does the industrial lube need? I need spice residue, huh? I mean, I do have some. And Gina coming in with a raid. Thank you so much, Gina. How you doing? Welcome in, everybody.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, Gina? I'm doing all right. It's been a week so far, that's for sure. It has definitely been a week. And I'm kind of morbidly wondering what's going to happen tomorrow. You know what I mean? This connection thing is really going to bug me, and I don't know why it does it either. I don't understand it. So not just you, no. Not just you. Definitely not just you. And today's was sad and weird. Unfortunately. Today's was really, really, really sad and weird. Well, you had two people that were pronounced dead. Chuck Mangione, huge in the jazz world, just phenomenal jazz artist, as well as Hulk Hogan. And, I mean, let's face it, Hulk Hogan isn't exactly the poster child of doing good things. I think Ozzy was yesterday. I mean, Ozzy was sad, but at the same time, like, he had also been dealing with a lot of things personally. He had Parkinson's as well, so he also got to live a really full life. He did. He got to live a really, really, really full life. It would have been really cool and really great had he been able to stick around longer. But at the end of the day, he's literally a rock god. You know, his wife and his kids love him. Great. He never really did anything that would make people, like, just absolutely hate him outside of the naysayers who were already gonna hate him regardless. Just generally speaking, he was just a goofy dude who loved to make really good music. You know, but Hulk Hogan's kind of weird because for a lot of people, he was basically like real life Superman. He was the equivalent of that. And then he did a lot of really not so nice things. And it's unfortunately one of those things where if you're any sort of wrestling fan, you gotta separate the character from the person. So it's like he's really, really nuanced in like how feelings are and stuff like that. And I get it. I really, really get it, you know. eats a live bird. It wasn't a bird, it was a bat. And second, it wasn't actually supposed to happen. Somebody was supposed to toss him a fake bat. And that's not what happened. They threw a live bat on stage instead, and he picked it up and bit the head off, thinking it was fake. So I can't really fault Ozzy for that one, other than just not looking first. But again, he's in the limelight. He's supposed to be doing something. Everything's been done. Everything's been tried. I'm sure it was at some point rehearsed or explained, and he was expecting it. And then he just picked it up and oops. Come on, silicone, hurry up, please. Okay, so I make as much lubricant as I can. I can make a pretty good amount. And then I gotta work on filters. Okay, so I can only make 4 of these? Why? Oh, because it takes 5 spice residue. That's fine. These I can make quite a few of, and that's fine too. So while these are doing their thing, let me go over here. Oh, also true. I did see your thing. I completely forgot about it. Hang on 1 second. So I need steel and plant fiber. That one requires aluminum. I'm trying to remember what I need for aluminum. Fuck. I can't remember the name of it. Because these are the ones that I want. Fuck. Carbon, I believe. No, carbon is cobalt paste. Fuck. No, it is just aluminum. Yeah. Yeah, it's just aluminum that I need. Literally, I'm pretty sure it's just aluminum ore. But yeah, no, true. I did read the thing for V Shoujo. I'm not surprised. And sadly, this probably also means that nobody's going to be getting paid. And that's why he's not answering anybody. Because, yeah, if I was him, I'd be filing for bankruptcy right now. But the question is he going to go to jail for tax fraud? Which he very well could. It all just depends on, it probably, well, let me put it this way. It probably is going to come down to whether or not he took the write-off for donation, for the donation. But other than that, sadly, I mean, if he files for bankruptcy, that's pretty much the end of it. They won't be able to do much. They might be able to do something in, like, civil court against him personally, but that'd probably be about it. I don't know how much money or, like, where the money came from to begin with, in terms of, like, the capital needed to make the company, but I assume he's got other business ventures and stuff like that, and if he does, maybe they'll be able to get something out of him in civil court that way, but that'd be about it. Because I don't know, it sounded to me like something happened, whether it be they overestimated their value and overestimated the success that they were having, and then it was just diminishing returns after everything kind of went back to the new normal, right? And he tried to dig himself out of a hole and couldn't. That's entirely possible. I don't really know. But it could happen, right? That's what it sounded like. But obviously, I couldn't say for sure one way or another. Okay, we got that. Do max. That's fine. And then do max. There we go. While all that's doing that stuff, it's interesting that that guy's gone now. That must have taken so much time and resources to pack up, it's not even funny. Anybody here? Yeah. There's Peeps. I shot him so hard, he's now stuck. He doesn't even have anything. It's not what I wanted. There we go. Take those. Nah, you got nothing. And there's a storm coming. Okay. I ain't sticking around for that. How far out is it?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, I'm cutting it close doing this. This is stupid. All right. Open. Thank you. Yeah, that's a biggin.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
How big is this one? Pretty good size. Holy shit. Damn. What the fuck? Why is my map this way? Why? What? Why is my map this way? I had all of this unlocked. What? Unless it's because of the storm? Maybe? But I've never seen that. That's weird. That's really weird. There we go. Okay. Much better. That was insanely weird. Why'd it do that? That is so weird. Now, hopefully, excuse me, hopefully this should put me back to at least 10 days. At least that's what I'm hoping. Huh. Okay. Got that. I'm gonna have to at some point, even though I don't want to. But I know the aluminum is over here, which means I'm definitely going to have to go get more, like a lot more aluminum. And it is not the most fun thing in the world. But I'm going to have to. I might even have to do it tonight. Okay, interesting. Where am I for water? Oh, I'm fine for water right now. I don't really have to worry too much about it until I think I start really doing the aluminum stuff, which not looking forward to, but 3 days, 21 hours? That's it? There's no way. There's no way that only gave me, like, an extra day for all of that. Trying to think while we're waiting, because I have to get this shit done, unfortunately. What else? I want to say there was something tomorrow, too. Hang on, let me check. Okay, so tomorrow apparently no sleep for Konami Date from AI the Somnium Files. Abiotic Factor is coming out. And Luto, which is a horror adventure game that's coming out everywhere. And A Tiny Tale, which is a platformer for PC. What else is coming out? I gotta scroll down here. Hang on. 25th. Where are you? Okay, so we've got Flamekeeper, Heroes and Dice, No Sleep for Konami Date, or Koname, I don't know. Oxide Room, Paddle, Hip My Dice, Psychopathy Assessment, Wild Hearts S, and that's it. I could have sworn there was something that was supposed to come out tomorrow. Oh. Oh, hang on. I think I know what I was thinking of. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Shh. Did that already come out? Really? Apparently there's negative reviews for Wuchang Fallen Feathers. There's, like, and it's not good? Wow, listen to this. Hang on. This is a negative review for Wuchang Fallen Feathers, right? It says, I wanted to give this game a good chance. I was excited for it. I had seen the mostly negative rating and checked the concerns, and I can say now that as of this moment, they are correct. The game has some massive performance issues. I tried just playing because sometimes gameplay can more than make up for lacking in other areas, which I agree. I was unfortunately not able to see much of the combat. I did fight the opening tutorial boss. I did fight through a few camps of enemies, and at one point, during the boss fight, I was enjoying it and having fun. I was unable to experience more of that due to the overshadowing performance issues. First off, I always check minimum and recommended specs. I do exceed recommended specs. At first, I tried running the game at my native 4K with the recommended settings of medium enabled and DLSS on, as it is in recommended specs. On those specs, the game just did not look good at all. DLSS was automatically set to such a low resolution percent that with it, it just looked extremely fuzzy. I played with it like that for a bit, and the latency was unplayable for a game like this, where timing and fast reactions matter and GPU usage was pinned at max. I tried setting FPS limits, and it still maxed out. Spent another 30 to 45 minutes on just fiddling with the settings. Nothing seemed to want to make this run at a decent GPU usage. I even had it set back down to 1080 with mid settings, and that's when I believe I found the issue, at least from what I experienced. It just seems that the longer you play it, the higher the GPU usage gets. It's not optimized right, and there seems to be a backlog or something going on that just eventually consumes your GPU resources. Lastly, and this may just be a me problem, but it just never did end up visually looking nearly as good as the trailers. I understand that they have purpose-built top-dollar PCs for the development and testing, but in my mind, if I meet or exceed your recommended specs, I expect it to look and run at least somewhat comparable and close to what you're advertising, and just never got there. Okay. Gameplay is potential and was fun for what I got to experience. Took a bit of engineering. Took a bit of getting used to and somewhat different than other Souls-like. Did not see the ability to block. Maybe that's a weapon skill or unlock down the line, or maybe it's just all dodging. And being somewhat different is good if you want to be unique and stand out instead of being a copy and paste. That's fair. Story from what I experienced was a bit disconnected and dislodging. Felt a little like I was just being jolted from one direction to another without ever really knowing what was going on. Sound design was mid. Large difference between cutscenes and audio, game world audio and dialogue audio. Like the same character would sound quiet in a cutscene with poor audio quality, and then sound loud and crisp in interactive dialogue. It was very weird. But overall, in general, some sounds were cool and some were bland, very much a mixed bag. And just something that bugged me personally, very little interaction between your character and the items in the world, and by that I mean there are no collision or hitbox for you to model, or for your model. And the world models, swing your sword at a wall and it just goes through instead of hitting it or bouncing off, or even leaving a mark. Large pots and vases that scream "break me" have the same effect. As to all the rest of the objects in the world, or as do all the rest of the objects in the world, and for me, that just makes me feel more of an observer than an active participant in the game world. I rambled. What I'm trying to say is, don't buy, wait. Watch the reviews and updates and see if they decide to fix the performance issues, maybe buy on a heavy sale. At its current price, I cannot recommend it. Honestly, it feels like an early access. Ouch. That's not good. And I'd say that's a pretty objective review, too. I'd say that's a pretty damn good objective review. Well, that's a bummer. I know that was one of the games I was looking forward to playing. That's a massive bummer. That is a massive, massive bummer. Oh shit! Actually, wait a minute. Sorry. While we're still waiting here, do this. So next month, Metal Gear Solid Delta releases completely on the 28th, if I remember correctly. I get it 2 days ahead of time, but I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to play it 2 days ahead of time. We'll have to wait and see what they say. But as it stands right now, we'd probably be looking at Friday the 22nd being MGS1 night. Saturday and possibly Monday, which would be the 23rd and 25th, would be MGS2. If I can stream it on the 26th, I'll do that. But I'm hoping to find out maybe a little more beforehand. But if it goes to the 28th, then chances are what I'll do is 25th will be MGS1, 26th and 7th will be MGS2, and then we can do MGS Delta. So that's probably what we're looking at. So we'll see where we're at. We'll see where we're at for August. After I do MGS Delta, I don't think... I could be wrong. I think there may be like a couple of things that are coming out towards the end of the year, but obviously the big one is GTA 6, or was GTA 6, and that's not happening till next year. Supposedly we're supposed to hear more about Bloodlines 2. I'm not holding out hope. But that's really about all I can think of. So chances are, after we do the Metal Gear stuff, is probably when I'll go back and give Sekiro a shot. So we'll see. We will see. If I'm being honest, though, I'm still kind of torn as to whether I should even go back and try it or not. I'm still, like, really, really torn. I mean, I know quite a few of you have definitely been championing me going back and doing it, but what does everybody else think? Also, with the context of I played it on a really big potato of a PC, and the game is not optimized for PC whatsoever. So it not being optimized for PC doesn't help. Playing it on a potato certainly didn't help. And I ended up doing like 27 hours or something like that on one fucking guy at like 12 FPS. And it was really, really, really enraging. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Shit. All right. Insufficient water storage space. Oh. Okay. Guess I'll put you back and turn you off. Oh, that's that. Okay. Alright, so what do I need for filters now? Filters. Makeshift I can definitely do. That's easy. I need silicone and I need more aluminum. Shit. And plant fiber. So I need aluminum, plant fiber, and silicone. Right. How am I for fuel cells? I got this one, and that's it. How are we looking here? Okay. Oh, I don't know. Should I grab another fuel cell, maybe? Might have to. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. Okay. Well, I have a still tent with me. And that's a vehicle backup tool, so I can do this. And this I need, right? Yeah. Do this. Because now if I need to, I can pack this. Welcome back. Yeah, if I need to, I can do that. Okay. So yeah, to answer your question, True, yes, I did. I did read the stuff. TLDR right now, it looks like nobody's getting paid, because chances are they're going to file for bankruptcy. Mouse and the others could possibly take him to civil court and see if they can get something out of him that way, but that's about it. It sucks, but that's basically where they're probably looking at. But especially after... What was it, yesterday? Yeah, especially after... No, sorry, especially after Tuesday and Monday all day. I'm pretty sure nobody's surprised. It was so shitty, but at least they admitted they did wrong. I mean, there's no other thing he can do. He's the guy. He's literally the sole owner. Right? They had $11 million starting in 2019, and somehow, I don't know how, that would have to be brought up in court, but somehow they couldn't make any of that money back or make any money, apparently. Could have tried sweeping it under the rug or backtracking. He did. He absolutely did. That's why Iron Mouse left. That's why Silver left. That's why Nian left. That's why Vey left. That's why Zen left. That's why you had Kason coming out and, like, losing her shit. That's why, like, because he quite literally did try and sweep it all under the rug. Well, his statement doesn't mean anything at this point in terms of that because he already got caught. And that's kind of the problem. Hell's Tyrant, welcome in. How you doing? The hell am I hearing? Could have sworn I heard a thopter. I didn't want to go up this high, but okay. I don't know why I just held the button down. There we go. Chuck Mangione, yep. Farming the rarest item in the known universe. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Five days. 5, 5, 5, and 5. No. Not perfect, but better. And I need to make more of these, which means I'm probably gonna need more aluminum. Hooray. He was a jazz legend. Yeah. I'm an agave seed salesman now. Fair. Yeah, he also gained popularity with New Generation because he voiced the guy at Megalomart in King of the Hill. Okay, so I'm probably looking at going back over here, which I'm not really looking forward to. Like, at all? Why am I not looking forward to it? Because I have to go over there with my Thopter, and last time I was over there, now granted it's been a week, but the last time I was over there, it was like heavily populated, so like if you don't get on one of those runs where, you know, you start off and you start to get stuff, which means either it's just all spawning back in now, or somebody hasn't touched it yet, then there's just a whole lot of nothing and the whole trip is wasted. Which is kind of a massive bummer. Yeah, I'm on a roleplay server. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Because once we get into the deep desert and stuff, it doesn't actually really matter because the deep desert is all PvP. But the cool thing is, what I found out is there's a lot of people that know this server exists, and they know some of the streamers and whatnot that do RP on this server, so they join in on the RP, which is really interesting, and I think it's really, really cool. Okay. There we go. No, I'm not mainly an RP streamer, no. I typically do a lot of things, but for a while I was playing on a server for Red Dead Redemption 2 called Wild RP, which was a lot of fun. And then I was invited to this server by a friend of mine, and I know like 90% of the streamers anyway. Did some Atlas RP, nice. This is basalt. Okay. Well, basalt doesn't do me much good, sadly. There's that, I think, is the aluminum. Yeah. Yep. And I'm trying to be cautious because I don't know when the next sandstorm is coming in. So if I need to, I can pick this up really quick and then drop my still tent. And then after that, I can bring that back out and then just really start dumping shit in, which would be really, really nice. That's more basalt. No, that's not even basalt. That's salvaged metal, which I don't need right now. I thought there was a lot more aluminum right over here, but again, it does change. So there is that. And this is kind of a tough one too, in terms of roleplay, because like if you do something like RDR2, right? Like I did Wild RP. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that, but there's always somebody available and always somebody around to talk to and always something to do and so on. This game is much more spread out. Much more spread out, right? So it's definitely more of a challenge. I've only RP'd with a few people on here. But everybody's so spread out and everybody's kind of doing their own thing, and hey, there's nothing wrong with that, but makes it a wee bit tough, you know what I mean? This is all basalt up here. Okay. Aluminum, where are you? Yeah. You ain't kidding. This is not aluminum. That's granite. That's more basalt. That's granite. Those are friendlies. That's basalt. This might be aluminum. Yes. Then I'm also just trying to be a little weary here, because if a storm comes in, I gotta be able to make it back to my, my Thopter. Okay, so I went down that way. I'm gonna go down this way. How much room do I have right now? I'm getting close. Shit. Okay, well, good news. Still no sandstorms. Okay. Now, let's go in here. What happens if I dump this all in? Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all, actually. Okay. So I'll do this for now. Put it back on me. Because I'm also kind of expecting a sandstorm. And I don't want to get this thing, like, fucked. Because it's the only one I got? Something doesn't feel right. This is too easy. Something doesn't feel right. Whoa. Why would you do that? There we go. Yeah, I'd just like to know, and maybe it's because the connectivity thing, I just really, really like to know why it just takes a crap sometimes. It's like you switch to, like, gliding mode, and it just doesn't do anything, and it just drops. Like, a slight drop like that, that's fine, I don't care. But it's more like when it plummets for no reason. Oh. Little too close to the rocks. Okay, I have... Why didn't it... Hello? Not that apparently it matters? What? Of course. Alright. Put the aluminum in the thing. Oh. There. Okay. Got those. Now try it. Still nothing. That's really weird. Why isn't it taking it? That is so weird. Hang on. I'm gonna go back inside really quick and figure this out. Okay. so... Wind turbine directional. That's fair. I think it might. I think that's what's going on. It just needs the low-grade stuff. I think that's exactly what's happening. Oh, well, hang on a minute. First off, I'm dumb. No, I'm not. I have it in there, so what the fuck? That is so incredibly weird. Carbon, carbon. Okay. That's for this. Erythrite crystal, I got basalt. Okay. Needs KY and not Astro. I mean, it needs something. Well, if that's the case, then I'll put it in the recycler for now. Because there's no reason not to. But I can't. Okay, so I guess I just have that now. That's kind of a bummer. Oh, that doesn't have any power anyway. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so I've got these working. Let me go in here. And that's... I don't think it's a Mark V. No need to find uses for Astroglide. True. Okay, that's duraluminum. I want the Mark IV, though. Mark IV. Here we go. Industrial pumps. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and get those. Fuck. Okay. I'll have everything else, though, so that's not terrible. That won't be terrible at all, so at least I'll be able to make more wings, which will be really, really nice. I will be able to do that. I'll just need to go over and, yeah. One thing I can do, though, and I haven't done it yet, although I probably should. Where are you? Here. There. The Vamp Kermit mobile. Oh, boy. Repair. Okay. Is it not gonna let me do the wings? There we go. There. Nice. Wings are repaired. I like it. That makes life so much easier, too. Because I'll be able to get multiple uses out of that and just keep making trips back and forth and get more crap. I just gotta be like... What I want to do is I want to wait for the next storm to pass, and then as soon as it passes... I can go right back out there, and I can fill my Thopter with a crap load of aluminum, and not have to worry about anything. That's what I want to do. That is definitely what I want to do. And I think it would probably be the best thing to do. That way I time it right. I fill up the Thopter completely. And then I'm good to go. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate, Aelin. Oh, true. Wasn't there a thing, and I hate that I'm asking this, wasn't there a thing about some new UFO video or something like that? I am gonna need steel, too. I already got a crap ton of carbon ore, so I'm not... Yeah, we'll just do it. I've already got it running, so I might as well just keep it running for the time being. Because I can get more iron, that's not an issue. Iron's easy to get. Gonna make some KY. I need... For that, I need to get more silicone, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I gotta make more silicone. Or get more silicone, like a lot of it. And I think... Oh, I do have my static compactor. Okay. So I'm going to throw... this in here. That's fine. I'll throw this in here as well right now, because I don't need it. And then... there is one thing that I have to do. No. Or rubber band me back. That works too. No. Aha. Here we go. Mark 1 storage, which... What? Mark 1? I know I have Mark 2 somewhere. I want Mark 2 storage. Fill that bitch up. There's Mark 2. Okay. Why is that not... Okay. Good. Assemble. There. Much better. Okay. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Repair. Okay, sandstorm's coming in. Good. Good, good, good. Sandstorm is coming. So I know what we're going to do first then. We're going to take the Thopter out after the sandstorm comes, and then we're going to go fill it up with aluminum. You need labels for this? I know. I think it'd be really cool if I could do that.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
How big is it? Oh, yeah. That's a biggin'. Yeah, as soon as this clears, I'm just taking the thopter and going right the fuck out. Ooh, thank you for the stretch. Ooh.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh boy. That's kind of terrifying. Looking at it from this way. Yeah, no. No, that'd be bad. That'd be very bad. Oh yeah. I'm wasting no time. Okay. All right. Let's go do this. Oh yeah, I'm gonna try and grab everything I can. Come on. There we go. That's granite. That's granite. There we go. There's aluminum. Okay, run back. Excuse me. You're an aluminum monster. Oh, thank you. That is a big-ass fucking base, too. Holy shit. That is so many resources needed. Backpack is full. Okay. There are worse things you could be. That's true. Yeah, that's a player's base. Yep. The fuck was that? Oh, this, I guarantee, took so much work. What the I'm hoping that's just supposed to be, like, background music. Because, if not, I don't know what it is, and I don't like it. Almost like the music you get in D3 when a Nemesis was going to show. Yeah, it's a weird one. That's why I was like, is it supposed to be like an environmental, like at night thing for this area, or what's going on? Because that's a very distinct sound. Okay, that's just salvaged metal. Yeah, that's a weird one. That's half full and I got 400. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. What do we got over here? I don't think there was much over here really at all, was there? No. No, because it's all supposed to be leading up to that thing. True. Alright. Well, let's take what we have back. There we go. Because 400 aluminum is definitely nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. Because your brain always tries to come out. It's true. It's very true. I almost always go... almost go flying through the front of my face. Okay. Dump more in. Jesus. There. Oh, what is wrong with me? Hang on. I keep doing it the back asswards way. I think. No, I don't. Okay. All right. Under attack for a sec when the camera... oh, yeah, it's probably a ship that just got downed. More than likely. Oh yeah, that and Shai Hulud is out today. Hooray. There. Nice. Now, put you in there. Go down here. Turn this bad boy on. Because I'm going to need it with all the water I'm using. Deposit corpse. There we go. Nice. Also, I did find out, and this is really, really funny. I want to say it's the generator. I want to say it's the generator. There's different kinds of generators, right? Where is it? Here we go. So, if I go here, and I go to refinery, that's the small ore refinery, right? So you can tell, obviously, it's... Well, that's ore refinery, sorry, hang on. Where... Your weapon... Where the hell is... Ah, here we go. So fuel power generator, right? It's pretty good size. But then... If I go in here, I want to say maybe it's in here. It's a small ore refinery, that's fine. And then weapons fabricator, got all that stuff, Spice refinery is fine. Plastanium, there is, if I can find it. Advanced vehicle, large ore refinery, which is really big. Medium chemical, medium spice, medium storage, which I'd love to get a few of those. Spice power generator, which is big. Okay, so it was actually the large ore refinery, sorry. So I've got a medium refinery, right? So this is the small ore refinery compared... The green one is the small. I'm at the medium. The large ore refinery is like fucking 2 to 3 stories tall. It's massive. What the hell are you? Oh, you're a small chemical. Okay. That's fair. Yeah. It's insanely big. Like, if I wanted it right here, I think I'd have to, like, move the table out of the way, move the storage box out of the way, and it would basically take up probably from that corner to maybe somewhere around here, and then probably to about the stairs, and then it would go up, like, another, like, 2 stories. That's so big is also what she said. This is true. Like, actually, hang on. While we're waiting for this, I want to... Let me see if I can find a thing of it. It's actually insane how big it is. Let's do Dune Awakening, large ore refinery. Images. Oh, this is a large spice refinery. Okay, okay, okay. But the large ore refinery... Okay, yeah, look at this. This is insane. So it's the large spice refinery I'm thinking of, but look at this. So they literally actually had to, like, fucking make it. like, go through the ceiling. Wiggles eyebrows, oh boy. Huge! Sophia, how you doing? So yeah, that's a biggin. Time got away? Nah, it's all good. It's fine. No worries. Okay. Let's see. So we've got 170 aluminum to go and steel. I need to go get more flour sand. Yes. Because that's all going to take a while anyway, and I got a corpse on the dehydrator, so we're good there. Did I take... Yes, I do have the static thing. Nice. Refuel. Perfect. Tis true. Okay. No sandstorms. Come on. Thank you. What the? That was weird. Come on, just pick one and take it. There we go. Why does it... That's so odd. And I don't know why it keeps putting it away like that. It, like... I know I'm not fat fingering it because, like, my finger doesn't leave E. So I know it's not a fat finger issue. Okay, one more. Good. Okay, about half full. Come on. Okay. There, that's fine. Okay. Go in here. Drop this all off. That's good. And then I got a little bit more because I can carry a full inventory of it. Okay, so we got all the small stuff. Three full batches is really good, too. Holy shit. There we go. Perfect. Now back home. Why are we shooting the ground? What did it ever do to you? No, I'm extracting, flower sand. Flower sand. Yeah. Yep. It's like a really, really, really fine sand. And actually, this was kind of interesting. And I'm really glad that they put this in here. Because it is Dune lore, which is cool in and of itself. But there is actual, like, real-world applications when it comes to different kinds of sand. So, Damie Lee, she was talking on one of her videos that was talking about dune architecture. She was talking about how desert sand is quite literally useless. Like, you cannot use it to actually make any sort of hardened structure. And how they're trying to figure out ways by, like, mixing it with different kinds of sand and stuff like that, to actually be able to use it. For the glory of the Jelly Empire. Oh, God. Like glass. Yeah. Yeah, so, like, desert sand, like, if you go out into the Sahara Desert, all that sand is completely useless. You cannot use it for anything whatsoever. But if I remember correctly, the stuff that, like, most people use around the world, the type of sand to make stuff like concrete mix and so on, as is per usual, we're using more of it than actually gets replenished. So what they're trying to do is figure out how to be able to use desert sand to construct concrete buildings and you know, other structures, stuff like that. And then they'd have a near limitless resource for stuff. Which is actually pretty awesome. Okay. Where are you? Not there. That's where you are not. No. No. Aha. Here we go. Well, if people are using beach sand, that's relatively limited. Oh, yeah. No, it's like a very, very specific kind of sand. It's actually kind of weird. I had, for a long while, I actually lived near a quarry. But it wasn't just like a regular rock quarry. It was literally digging up that kind of sand. So it was just like literally you would be driving down a road and the road was really nice looking and, you know, there were houses on both sides of the road and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, and it was so out of place and it looked like... Okay, have you ever seen a home mechanic, right? Like what their yard looks like when they run their business out of their home? Take that, but make it about 5 times bigger and on the side of a cliff. And it was literally just churning and churning and churning and churning and churning up sand the entire time. It was actually really interesting to look at. Basically what my yard looks like right now. Yeah, sometimes that do happen. Fiesta, Texas and San Antonio used to be a rock quarry. No shit. Wow. And now it's just Party Time USA over there, or... I mean, it says Fiesta. So, I don't know. There's 4 cars in the driveway, not the garage, and around these 4 cars is lumber of every shape and size. Interesting. Okay, that should give me little... Yeah, so that's at 713. That's not bad. 713 silicone, I'll take that. Oh, I think one of those people are outside my damn door again. Whoa. Here? Standard. What do I need? I can make 2 now. I'll just wait. Because I still have plenty of time. I'm not worried about that. But, okay, so I have everything that I need to make standard filters, which is really nice. What do I need for the particulate? Oh, duraluminum, okay. Yeah, standard filters are definitely the way to go then. It's an amusement park. We also have a shopping center that's in another old quarry, and it's called the Quarry Shopping Center. Nice. Well, I mean, at least they're on brand. Right? Did somebody falled? I'm not seeing anybody falled. Okay. But I definitely heard somebody out there, so time to go kill people and take their corpses. I'm just that nice of a guy. Where the hell are they? What? Ooh. Take all of that. That's good stuff. What, did they fall down? I think they did. Oops. No. Closed door. Thank you. Okay. So we got silicone being made. We'll be able to make the stuff for filters. We've got aluminum being processed. So we're good there. What do I need for lube? Because I do need more lube. I hated when people talked about the shopping center growing up, because when it's said quickly, or when I'm not paying attention, I think they say my real life name. Okay, what do I need for lube? I need silicone and fuel cells. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. See, this is when I should, like... Actually, the really sad part about this is at some point, I'm gonna start needing to make lube by the 55-gallon drum. Yep, 700. So how's your night going, Sophia? So we could have a lube and adult toy empire. I mean, yes. But I don't think anybody on Arrakis has refined the process of making adult toys. Not yet, anyway. Going just fine and dandy. Good. Why not? It's a basic human right. I mean, fair. But, yeah. Oh, also, hang on. So this is a thing that came through the other day while we're sitting here and waiting. This came through the other day in the Dune RP stuff. If I can find it again. There it is. So... both House Atreides and House Harkonnen sanction this action by imperial decree. Your citizenship dictates your punishment for harvesting without a permit. As an Atreides, your first offense, confiscation of all spice, so they're talking about harvesting spice, fine cost of double the permit. Second offense, confiscation of all spice, fine double the permit, and jail. For the Harkonnens, confiscation of all spice, fine cost of double the permit, and jail. They're just jailing you if you're Harkonnen flat out. For Independents, like myself, first offense, confiscation of all spice, fine cost of double the permit. Second offense, confiscation of all spice, fine cost of quadruple the permit. Third offense, death. Any and all that flee or do not comply will be met with lethal force. All permits must be obtained before obtaining any spice. Once permitted, 7 days to pay the amount. The permit is 5,000 spice sand, and the industrial permit, which is for crawlers, is 500 spice melange. So, basically, right now, you want to have to perma your character? Mine, harvest spice without a permit. Just do it 3 times. And to be fair, that is... Hang on, let me check again. Let me check something again. To be fair, that is, that's pretty Dune-ish, plans within plans. So that's definitely a big one. Okay, how's my water looking? Okay, we're down a wee bit. It took a dent. It definitely took a little bit of a dent. How's this looking? Okay, we still got 32 minutes. Damn it. And this is 25,000 each, so... And I was up to 140. And I'm at 60. It's going to be 25,000, so 50,000. So that's going to bring me up to 114. And then... So it's going to be 4 bodies, basically. But that's also 4 hours I don't have. I've got an hour and a half. Oh, if that. Probably more like an hour and 20 minutes. So, yeah. I'll be able to make what I need to make, which is awesome. And then after that, it's, yeah, I'll be logging off and I'll just leave a body in the dehydrator. And I'll just let that go overnight, and then I should be fine. Standard filter. I can make 6 of those right now. That sucks, actually. And just to be able to make 10 of those, that's going to be another 1,200. And I don't know how many are going to need to be in those water traps. I have no idea. In order to make it full. Oh, do I hear? Yep, sandstorm.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I knew it. Ooh, that's a big one, too. Should be able to see the wall. Yeah, I'm just gonna hop up on here and watch as the giant fuck-off wall of terror comes my way. There it is.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, that's kind of scary as shit. And it's over. That's really pretty, though. I like that. I like how the sky looks. That looks really nice. Ow. That's really pretty. That's not what I wanted. Hang on one second. Settings... Keybinds. Not hotbar. Ah, F6. That's what I wanted. Nice. That's just a really nice picture. Oh, there's Sardaukar. Don't want to fuck with those guys. Oh, by the way, because you guys voted for it on Discord, this is going to take some time. I'm hoping to have it done by the end of the year, but there's a lot of research that I need to do in terms of like what to use and what to cut out. But I am going to end up making a YouTube video on the history of Dune. I have already started the script for it, but it's a lot of, okay, take what I know, compartmentalize it, find out, you know, read into more stuff that I'm looking for and don't know, and some specific things that happened, and yada, 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 and then compartmentalize it and put it into the script, and it's a lot of back and forth right now. Very time-consuming, but also worth it. So, I've got... So, I got two things that I'm working on currently during the day when I can. One of them is getting pretty close to done. The other one I haven't started yet, but that's next in line. And then after that, I'll probably be working mostly on that while also trying to put other videos together. So, for instance, the stuff with Peak, I want to do like a highlight thing for a video for YouTube, because Peak was a lot of fun. Chances are, when we can get people together and whatnot, I'd probably do the same thing with Repo. I'll probably also do that for Metal Gear Solid Delta when it comes out. So on top of making other videos that should be pretty short and sweet, because it just should be basically quick cuts and whatnot, I do want to do a history of Dune thing as well, which I might end up putting on another channel, which sounds weird, but I want to keep my main channel for gaming and stream stuff. And then I want to do another one. I haven't figured out a name for it yet, but I want to do another one where I can do stuff like History of Dune, where it's more like a massive thesis or like an essay, like a long form essay, stuff like that. So there's two different types of content, and then there's also my VOD channel. So there'd be 3 channels. There'd be my main channel, there'd be the VOD channel, and then there'd be the third one. I haven't figured out exactly what I want to call it yet, but yeah. Well, I was thinking Shadow Lore might be a good one. You have a lot to do. I mean, thankfully, for the video for like the stuff that I've done in Peak so far, should only take a couple of days because it's really just going back through and watching the stuff and grabbing the timestamps for it, like the really funny stuff. And then there you go, right? Just grab the timestamps, make sure you leave a little before and after and so on, and just make sure there's a progression and all that good stuff, and cut it and splice it, and you're golden. Also, Sophia, thank you for the 400 biddies. Appreciate that. And thank you for the hydrate as well. See if that's been done. But, well, so I'm S5A Shadow. Everywhere else but Twitch. The 01 came only because there is an S5A Shadow channel, and it is mine. However, years ago, it got hacked. And unfortunately, Twitch hasn't done anything about it, even though I complained. So I was actually, like, starting to do pretty decently when it came to streaming, and then the account got hacked, and I tried getting a hold of Twitch, and Twitch went, okay, well, here's what we need. And I told them the story of, hey, listen, somebody hacked my account, the email doesn't work anymore, the password doesn't work anymore. And they went, okay, well, send us what the original email and password were. So I did, and then they just came back with, oh, sorry, but that's not what matches with what's currently on the account. And it's like, yeah, I know. That's the problem. Because they hacked it. So it's just a dead channel. Unfortunately. So yeah, YouTube, it's S5A Shadow, so I could do S5A Shadow Lore, and that would be fine. There was another, I'm trying to remember, he's an old content creator too. I'm trying to remember, his name is Doom49, and he used to stream on Twitch, and Doom49 has been on YouTube for a very long time, but he originally called himself something else. And I don't know if he ever actually ended up changing his name over to Doom49. But yeah, I know people can, but let's say a name is taken on Twitch, right? Because I'd love to go back to just S5A Shadow, because the 01 really throws people for a loop, especially when raiding and whatnot. They can, but the name has to be available, so it can't be just like my old channel where it's just sitting there doing nothing. It has to be eligible after nobody logs into it for a certain period of time to be taken down. And then once it's taken down, then I can change my name. Which is kind of not fun. But, I mean, what am I supposed to do? I just gotta wait it out. Okay, here, standard filter, I can make 6. That's not a lot, if I'm being honest. That's really not a lot. Oh, well, I can only... Okay. I can only make 6 because I don't have enough plant fiber yet. So let me go grab some of that. I do kind of need that. No, nothing? Okay. Weird. Ooh, lots of plant fiber. Level 80. Nice. Nice. Got 165 so far. That's actually really good. I didn't expect that much. That's more iron ore. That's good to know. And I think that might be it for what I can just get around here locally. Like, without having to go really anywhere else. Oh, a couple more stragglers. I'll take it. Okay. Got the plant fiber. Close the door. I gotta put this in here. Yes. Nice. Now how many can I make? I can make 25. That's a lot better. What's the level cap? I think it's like 200 or 250, something like that. Yeah, there's a lot. But it's like, so the cool thing is like, once you get over like a certain point in leveling, it doesn't really matter what level you are until you like level up X amount of times. And I'll show you why while this is going, so we don't have to listen to the buzzing sound the entire time. But I'll go here. So like intel, you get intel every time you level up. And after you hit, like, certain milestones, you get X amount of intel every time you level up, right? Issue is like, if I go here, and I scroll down, this is only going to give me one of these right now. That's all it's going to do, right? So it doesn't really matter, because if you don't have enough to do anything more than like one thing, and let's say, just for the sake of argument, I want a directional wind turbine, well, that's great, but chances are, if I remember correctly, it requires lubrication and there's one other thing. So let's say I need to make this power pack in order to have this work. Well, both of them are the same price, but I'm going to have to wait anyway before I make this because I need this anyway. So it's like you just sit there and kind of just wait until you get more than enough, and then you're golden. That's pretty much it. Ooh, headshot damage. Oh, I can't learn headshot damage. Fuck. Oh, no, can't do that. Why? Insufficient. Oh, because I need 2. Okay. So I need 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. The hurry up and wait game. Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, too, it's like you've also got, well, here, I mean, look at, you can, this is everything that currently I can research, but, like, if I want an Assault Ornithopter Mark V, I've only got 30 intel, so I'd have to wait for the next level anyway, assuming it gives me 30 more, because I think I'm on the 30 track now, I'm not on the 20 anymore. So if it gives me another 30, that's 60, which is great, but I had to wait 2 levels to do it. And then I also have all of the accessories that I have to do, because this is just the bare bones thing. So before I get a fully kitted out Assault Ornithopter Mark V, I have to do the storage, I have to do the thruster, I have to do the cut array, I have to, oh, that's buggy, sorry. I have to do the rocket launcher, and I have to make this, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's 45. This is 105 right here. That's 135, and that's 165. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 levels before I can actually get a fully kitted out Assault Ornithopter. So yeah, after a while you just stop caring. You're like, whatever. Yeah, it's like, oh, a level. Yeah, pretty much. Like, the only time you really get excited is, like, when you sit there for a while and you're like, oh, shit, I haven't done anything with, like, the skill points that I get. Because you do get skill points every time you level up, too. But even those, it's like, some of them you need, like, 2 or 3 skill points, so you still gotta wait for a bit. Come on. There we go. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm full. Damn. Alright. That's not a bad thing either. I forgot these filters are kind of heavy as fuck. Okay. That's full. You. There we go. Nice. Wind traps are back up and running. That's gonna help a shit ton. How are we doing on here? 84. Okay. 9 more minutes and I can put another body on the Barbie. And God, am I gonna need it. Turn that off. Why are you eating bodies? No, I'm not eating bodies, no. No, not eating them. No, so this is a death still. So basically what it is if you take a corpse, you can put it in this, and it will separate all the fluids out so that you're just left with nothing but clean water. And then it goes into your water stores, but it takes an hour to do so. And it gives you 25,000 milliliters of water every hour. So, without any context, if somebody came in here, they'd be like, why the fuck does he have so many bodies in the fridge? But that's why. No, I'm not Jeffrey Dahmer. I promise I'm not. Because he's a mass murderer. Listen, I'm not a mass murderer. That was all those are done in self-preservation. Am I sure? I mean, last I checked. Oh god, we still have so much silicone we need to make. Well, hang on. Let me see something here. So if I do... There's 45 in there right now, right? How many wind turbines do I have? I've got... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So... Wait, if I wait for it to get to 50... Then that's 10 per... Yeah. Right? Yeah, that'd be 10 per thing. There we go. Shit. There, that's fine. Okay, so that's going good. Let me check the death still. 4 minutes. Not bad. Which is good because I need the water. And the cool thing, and this is just a really neat little detail, Sophia, is we're getting down to the end of this body, and the body will disappear once all the water's been used up. But it starts off, and you'll see it when I put another one on. It starts off as basically what just looks like a lump in the bed, like under a bed sheet or something, or not a bed sheet, but under a blanket. And then as it gets closer and closer, you can see, or closer and closer to the end, you can see that the outline of the body. Neat little detail. What the? Oh. Oh. Oops. Actually, you know what? I'll put these... Yeah, because I screwed that up. So I will do this, this. I'll put them all in here. Yeah, neat little thing. No, no, I'm over here. There we go. Oh, I can... Did I move the cobalt paste? I did. Okay, cool. There's more fuel cells. That's good. This guy should be about ready to pop. Oh, yeah. We'll get another body ready. There we go. Ooh. Come on. 2 minutes, really? I'm trying to think. What have we done? We went out. We got a shitload of flour sand. We got a shit ton of aluminum. Probably going to have to do more. Not tonight, but we'll probably have to do more tomorrow or Saturday. And I think we're getting pretty caught up on... Well, we're definitely caught up on filters for the water traps. So... Oh, yeah, and just lubricant. So, yeah, not too bad. And it is so much easier going out to get aluminum now. Oh my god. That thopter is such a lifesaver. "20 seconds. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and body's gone. So then if I put another one in, now it just looks like kind of a lumpy bed. Ooh, shit. We are cooking. I forgot. This makes quite a bit of lube. You have something for me. Oh, okay. Give it to you next time. Okay. Sounds good. I forgot this does 5 things of lube every single time. Oops. I might have overshot it, but it'll be fine. So that's another like 150 that is still being made, which is insane. Jelly Empire. I mean, thank God lube isn't all that hard to make. Actually, how many days do I have left on the thing? Okay, so 3 days and then taxes come back up. So 1, 2, 3, so Sunday into Monday. Okay. So yeah, so Monday I'll have to go back to Arakeen, pay my taxes, bring my money with me this time so I can put it in the bank, because that would be really nice. And then, oh yeah, then I can try and do the Arakeen stuff too, because I'm gonna need to anyway. Actually, I'm thinking it might be best if I try and do the Arakeen stuff maybe Saturday, Friday, like tomorrow or Saturday or something, because I still have to poison somebody's food, and then that way I get access to, I think, more of the Mentat stuff. But in order to do that, I have to go back to Arakeen anyway, so yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll try and get the poison thing done, and then that way on Monday when I go back to Arakeen, I don't have to worry about it, and I can get it all done in one whack. I think that might be the way to go. Ooh, okay, that's done up there. That's nice. Okay. Put you two in here. Good. Nice, nice, nice. What is this? Oh, Diamondine, or Diamondine. I don't know how to pronounce it. Dust. Okay, carbide scraps, we're good there. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Ooh, wait a minute. Dump those in too. Oh, shit, that's right. Okay, wait a minute. Wait. Hang on. I don't think I can recycle... No, I can't recycle these glow tubes, which really sucks. Unfortunately, these glow tubes were an experiment gone wrong, and I kind of need to get rid of them. But I don't think I can recycle them, if I remember correctly. No. Nope. Can't recycle them. Hooray. I'll tell you what I can do, though, which is actually going to be kind of stupid, but also funny simultaneously. I will put them on the highest peak. And if anybody can reach the glow tubes, they are more than welcome to have them. Come on. There. Everybody is welcome to these glow tubes. They just have to climb for it. It'll be fine. Nice. Glow tube problem remedied. I think what I'll do is I'll take these out, put them in here. Here, here, here. That's a little bit better. Spice sand. Well, actually, you know what? Honestly, that won't hurt me as much as it could. Because I need a permit to harvest spice sand, but I didn't harvest anything. That was picked up off a body. So I'm good there. I just didn't have anything else to do with it. Alright, how we looking here? Ah, we're getting there. Oh my god. Oh, okay. I was like, holy shit. Wait. So, this says I can make 569 silicone blocks, right? This only takes 1 silicone block and 2 fuel cells and 4 water. So, theoretically, if I really wanted to, I could go out, get a fuck ton more fuel cells, and just sit there and beat the shit out of the water, and I could make 569 lube, but that would end up being... well, hang on. Calculator time. $569 times 5. That would give me 2,845 things of lube. That's a lot of lube. Ooh. Okay. I can shut off the... I can shut this off for now. Because that takes a lot of power. This has to run, which, again, totally fine. Because I've already accounted for that. Because that plus the wind traps will bring my water back up, which is awesome. This can be turned off as soon as it's done making lube. So that'll be nice. Because I don't need this running all night. I definitely don't need that running all night. Or for even 2 days straight. Okay. Good. Here. Disabled. That's another thing I don't have to worry about. The rest of it is all coming from this guy and the turbines and wind traps. Not bad. 200 things of lube, huh? Alright, let's see where we're at in a second. 7 days. Not bad. Not bad at all. So 200 gives me a little over 2 days. Okay. So 200 gives me a little over 2 days. It's 100 a day. So I need another 700 to get at least 2 weeks. Okay, that's not horrible. That's not horrible at all, actually. I thought it was a hell of a lot more. That's off, right? Yeah. And I think everything else is good to go. I don't know if I want to go out and chance it right now. I think that'd be really fucking stupid of me to do so. Yeah, I think that'd be really stupid of me to do so. You know what ooh, wait a minute. Hang on. I still have yet to be out here at all. Okay. Oh, well, shit. That's how I can get up there now. Now that I know this. I just don't want to go, like, too far out of my way, if that makes sense. Oh, shit. There we go. Sheol. Or Shoal, I don't know. Oh boy, there is a lot of stuff around here. Incredibly barren, though. That's for sure. But not as bad as I thought it was going to be, which is really nice. Question is, how the hell do I... Oh, that's a radiation area. Aha, there we go. Whew. Ooh. Get up and get out of there. I don't want any radiation right now. No, thank you.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That's why I didn't want to go far. I can see it. That's a big wall. That's a really big fucking wall. Come on. Come on. Look at how big that fucking wall is. Jesus Christ. That's so big.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm so glad I did not decide to go over and get more aluminum. I was worried about that. I was so worried about that. Oh yeah, that's a biggin. I want to go check out those plateaus after the storm, though. See what they got on them. Okay. So I haven't done a lot of exploring of Shoal. I think that's how it's supposed to be pronounced. Didn't close it? Well, no. So I don't have any doors for the Thopter or the vehicles. They just, there's a force field.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah. That way I can come and go as I please and, you know, and I'm not in, like, a hurry and trying to, like, fly the Thopter straight up and slam into a door. Because I really rather like my Thopter, and I don't want to do that. That would be bad. Yeah, so there's my force field. There we go. Storm's over. Actually, this would be a really cool place for a base. It's just not really all that big. The Table of the Gods. Interesting. Table of the Gods. What do we have in here? Ooh, hello. I got a Hadra Leader John, Melange Spice, Holtzman Actuated. Wow, okay. Okay. This is granite. You are iron. This is copper. This is more iron. More copper. Okay. Not bad. Not too shabby at all, actually. Huh. Interesting. Oh, and the sun's going down, too. Well, that's kind of cool. Wonder what's over on that one. Because, yeah, I remember trying to get to these a long while ago, and I couldn't. Because they're just... Especially this one is just... It's so wide. And so big. I'd literally run out of stamina trying to climb it. Interesting. Okay. So we got copper, and that's it. Okay. God, wouldn't that be a cool place to have a base, though? Just literally on top of a rock that most people can't get to, because there's no way to climb that. I think that'd be awesome. It'd be very, like, Bond villain-esque. Okay, so this thing tops out gliding at 178, which is really quick. Well, that's really cool. I actually got some really good stuff out of that. That was awesome. Hadra Leader John. Yep. Oh, I can finally use my spice-infused iron dust. Nice. Micro sandwich fabric. I don't have any of that right now. And I'd need iron. But that's okay. Because I can do this. Holtzman I can put somewhere else. Yeah. That was not a bad trip at all, actually. So let's do this. And this. Okay. And then go, oops, go over here. Research. Yes, please. Nice. And it's a Mark II? Kind of interesting. Yeah, it would need to be survival. So here, micro sandwich fat, so I just need iron. That's nothing. I could probably do that right now. Holy shit. Turn that fucker back on. Just need iron ore. Hell yeah, let's go get some. Nice. That should be all I need for that. Here, max 53. Done. Let that start up. Here, I need 14 iron. That's nothing. That's a Mark II. It's a high-capacity leader, John. Interesting. Okay. $19,000 liters? Symbolically named for the blood that the sandflies shed when they rebelled against the Miners Guild. The gesture is symbolic, the practicality of the blood bag is not. Yeah, 19,000 liters? Wait a minute. How are mine? I don't know, because I don't know where all my blood bags are. But my leader, John, this is 1,000. I'd have to figure out where my blood bags are. They're not in there. Aha, yes. 9,000 for a medium blood sac. Wow, 19,000 on one? Holy shit, that's really good, actually. What do I need for that? Just micro... Well, no, I have those. Oh, I need insulated fabric. Okay. That's not bad. I could find that. Easy peasy. There's the leader, John. Make that. Okay, good. Disableed. That's 1,000. That's 1,750. That's actually really good. Okay. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then that blood bag, that's 19... That holds 19,000 liters. That is insane. Or, sorry, 19,000 milliliters. Sorry. Because it's only 1,000 liters? Yeah. There are 1,000 milliliters, rather. So it's a 1,000 milliliters of water. So that's 1 liter. So I'd be running around with 19... Is it 19? Yeah, 19 liters of blood. Well, that's... Hang on, that's a liter, John. Jesus! 1 blood bag is 9,000, so 9 liters. So I'd go from 9 to 19 liters in 1 blood bag. That is insane. Oh, spice blow. Okay. That's what it was. Dead. Dead. Nice. Looks like we got 2 new bodies for the fridge. See, this is really nice. I really like this location because I don't really need for much, which is kind of awesome. Whoa. I need bodies, I can go get 2 bodies real quick. And then I just put them in the fridge and we're done. Actually, how am I on water right now? Oh yeah, we're getting back up there. Easy peasy. So this will be the last body. I got 37 minutes, it said. So this is going to be done like 10 minutes after I leave, but that's okay. Because I got 7 days worth of power. So I'm not too worried about that. There. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. How's this coming? Oh, easy. Nice. I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to eat. I was so not happy with dinner. I really wasn't. That was such a massive disappointment. So, the plan was French toast, eggs, over easy, and hash. Hash came out great. Eggs are really easy, so that was nothing. But unfortunately, and I don't know why, and this was really weird, maybe it was something that I drank earlier, I didn't have anything to eat previous to it, so I know it's not that, or maybe it was just some weird thing, or maybe, although I highly doubt it, because I have my skillet I oiled, but it was fresh oil, so it doesn't make any sense. But the French toast tasted like fish. And it wasn't like an aftertaste. It was like you take a bite out of it and it like overpowers the maple syrup. Taste like fish. Yeah, it was. It was really ew and weird. And I was like, what the fuck? So I had to stop eating it. Like, I made it through... I figured, oh, well, maybe, you know, maybe it's something I drank, right? So I took a few more bites, got about halfway through it, and it wasn't going away. And I was like, this is disgusting. I can't do this anymore. And it really was disgusting. So I don't know what it was, but yeah, it was not good for some strange reason. Yes, please tell me, what did you have? Smash burger? Oh, nice. What kind of smash burger? They come in kinds. This one was a homemade. Yeah. So there are different kinds of smash burgers that you can make. So for instance, and actually, you know what? Hang on. Everything's off. Yeah, everything's off. I'll show you. Here, we'll quit now because everything's off anyway, so who cares? And that's how we'll end tonight anyway, and I will show you different kinds of smash burgies. Okay. Here. Yes. And then if it will let me. No, stop being a pain in the ass. I know the screen's black. I'll change it in a second. Ooh. Yeah, perfect. Here we go.
I gotcha.
Okay. Here's George. George is a crazy guy, but he is what is known as the father of the hamburger. Because he's been studying hamburgers for over 25 years. He has his own restaurant. He makes literally 2 kinds of smash burgers because those are the 2 that he prefers. But he's made a documentary on burgers. And what he's doing in his restaurant is, I guess, like every single month, he takes burgers that are a part of America's history and actually adds those to the menu of what he typically makes in honor of the people who really started the smash burger craze and just the burger craze in general. This guy's amazing. I love George Motes.
My name is George Motes, and my job is to protect the great American hamburger. I love regional burgers because they are really all about method, not so much about toppings, but really about method, about how they're cooked, whether they're poached, steamed, deep fried, smoked. But every once in a while, there is a burger that represents that region because of its topping only. And sometimes the toppings are literally one ingredient. That's it. Today, I'm going to take you on a tour of regional toppings. Things you can put on your smash burgers, or my smash burgers. Let's smash together. That sounds stupid. It's the toppings speed round. We're gonna do toppings on burgers right now. 4 different regional smash burgers with different toppings that actually represent real regional burgers.
All right.
They're going to seem kind of weird. You have to understand, though, that you must trust me. I've had these burgers, I've been in these regions, I've been in these restaurants, and they are all amazing.
I've only had 2 out of these 4 burgers that he's going to show us, but if those 2 are any indicator, ooh, I can't wait to try the others. So you ready for this, Sophia? Things are going to get a little wacky. And then this will be basically the last thing that we do, because it's only like 11 minutes anyway, so. I was born ready. Fair enough.
Amazing. I wouldn't be showing it to you unless it was absolutely incredible. Here we go, speed round. First up, the Olive Burger from Central Michigan.
Yes, I love the Olive Burger. It's really good.
We don't know why the Olive Burger started, but we do know that it did start in the 1930s at a restaurant called Kewpie in Central Michigan. At some point, somebody decided to take some cocktail olives, chop them up, and add some mayonnaise and put it on a burger, and that was it. We're gonna start with the smash burger. First we smash. Smash, salt, and press. The topping is only 3 ingredients. I'm gonna take some olives, chop them up. Oh, that's got a pit in it. These are just regular cocktail olives, the kind you put in a martini, for example. Then a little bit of mayonnaise, right? And some brine. So a little bit. So make it a little bit runny, which is also kind of what you want, because there's so much creamy goodness in here. You don't need cheese. It's weird because you go outside of Michigan, you're not going to find this burger anywhere. In fact, if you go north of Michigan, you're not going to find it. If you go to Detroit, you're not going to find it. It's really only in central, western, and southern Michigan. That is a hyper-regional burger right there. Look at this. It's a toasted bun. That's it. One toasted bun, a patty, on the bun. Now, this is going to be a mess also, I'm telling you right now. It's going to be
It is a mess, but it's so good.
a mess. But somehow, when that briny mayo meets beef, woo, it's the Olive Burger from Michigan. Not much of a history, but big on taste.
Very big and so good.
Oh,
Yep.
let's do the Butter Burger. Keep up. You ready for this? The Butter Burger. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a burger with nothing more than butter on it. That's it, just butter. This burger
I haven't tried this one, but I guarantee it's fantastic.
comes from Wisconsin. This burger goes all the way back for me because I included the restaurant Solly's in my movie Hamburger America almost 20 years ago.
This is Solly's Grill from Glendale, Wisconsin, right next to Milwaukee. And we serve the old-fashioned butter burger.
The Butter Burger is exactly what it sounds like. It's nothing more than butter on a burger, which we're gonna do right now. Smash burger. This is actually fresh Wisconsin butter. It's soft, creamy, wonderful Wisconsin butter. Yeah, you can eat it. Oh, people in Wisconsin take butter very seriously. So much so that according to, hang on a second.
Here we go.
According to the Wisconsin State Legislature, in section 9818, subsection 4, the serving of margarine at a public eating place as a substitute for butter is prohibited, punishable by a fine of up to $500 or imprisonment. You can go to jail in Wisconsin if you try to serve somebody anything but butter in the restaurant. That's
Which
how
is-
seriously they take it.
That is so cool. I don't know why I love that, but I think that's amazing that they care enough about their butter to the point where you can literally go to jail if you decide to serve somebody something other than butter as a substitute for it.
So obviously, if you're having a butter burger and you're in Wisconsin, you're in pretty good hands, I'll tell you right now. Now, Wisconsin, what they do, especially at Solly's, they take the top of the bun, right? This has been toasted, and they put a very large, almost 2 to 3 tablespoon dollop of butter on the burger. Now, this seems ridiculous, I know. But the minute that semi-soft butter hits that hot patty, boom. Once that melted butter starts to escape onto the plate, as you take bites, you dip the burger back into the plate for more butter. Oh, look, butter. Right.
Disagree on what, Sophia?
Butter as a condiment. That's right. Only in Wisconsin. Next burger on the topping speed round, the green chili cheeseburger.
I have not had the green chili cheeseburger yet, but I guarantee it's really good too.
Whoa! Have you ever had one? They're incredible. Green chili is an icon of New Mexico. It's part of pretty much every piece of New Mexican cuisine. I like to say that jalapeno is kind of like a whoosh, slap in the face, and green chili is like a punch in the gut. Most people who eat cheeseburgers in New Mexico wouldn't think of eating anything else but a green chili cheeseburger. Basically stewed green chilies. There's nothing in here, but I put a little bit of chicken stock. Really, it's just water, a little bit of chicken stock, and chopped roasted green chilies. Because
Wisconsin potentially sending people to jail for serving something other than butter. Well, okay, so here's why I think it's actually really cool. And it's because there have been places that I've gone to across the country where it's like you go and you're like, oh, hey, can I get a little bit of butter for it? And they go, oh, yeah, sure. And then they come back and it kind of ruins the food because you can taste the difference between butter and margarine. And margarine is even worse than butter in some instances, only because it doesn't actually have any nutritional value whatsoever. At least with butter, there's some sort of nutritional value and something is going on in your body. Whereas with margarine, it's just you put it in, it goes immediately right back out. I mean, it might turn into liquid form because it's got a really low melting point, but that's about it, right? But Wisconsin cares so much about their butter that they also want to make sure that, like, people are getting what's advertised instead of, hey, can I get butter? And then they're just given margarine, which just does nothing for anybody. That's why I think it's cool. I can understand it's a little stupid, for sure, but they really do care. You know what I mean?
Most of the flavor from a roasted green chili does come from the roasting process because it's very smoky. These are really smoky and very spicy. It's spicy. And they're very spicy, and they do release a lot of heat. Yoo-hoo! A little bit of salt. You're probably wondering what this thing is back here. I bet you're all thinking like, what the fuck is in his living room? What is that thing? People sometimes think this thing is an extension of my hair. That is an actual tumbleweed from the Trinity site in New Mexico. In fact, I was getting a green chili cheeseburger once, very close to the Trinity site, and this thing rolled across the road. And I brought it home. That's right, I brought it home. Green chili will fall all over the place. So what they do is they actually put the green chili
Now you're
onto the
hungry.
patty as it's cooking, and then they envelop that green chili on the patty with white American cheese.
Ooh.
I'm also gonna do this to do some melting action. That sounds like, ooh. Oh, sorry. Okay, there, sorry. I'll come back in a minute. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. You see this? Wow. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Ooh. Get it off of there. Oh, the green chili cheeseburger.
That looks
In
so
my
good.
house. Now that is a topping.
Now, I'll be honest, it's probably really, really hot, but I definitely want to give it a shot. I know spice isn't everybody's forte, so understood, but I'd love to try this.
Ooh. Oh, and what's amazing about this burger is that green chilies are hot, obviously. Anytime you eat spicy food, it releases endorphins. When you release endorphins, you feel kind of high. So in a way, this burger kind of makes you high, gives you a little buzz. Mm. Huh. Oh. It's spicy. That's very spicy. It's very spicy. It's very spicy. And I'm getting high right now. Topping speed round continues. Let's do one more. Next up in the speed round, the nut burger.
I have made and had the nut burger, and it sounds disgusting, but it's really good.
The nut burger. It's not made of nuts. It's not some kind of walnut burger, some vegan situation. No, this is a burger that has a nut sauce on top. Sorry, I know. You're thinking, keep chuckling, keep chuckling, keep chuckling. You done yet? Okay, yes. It has nut sauce. This comes from a place, only one place. It's not even a regional specialty. It's a specialty of the house of one burger spot in Montana, in Butte, Montana, a place called Matt's Place. Matt's Place is also on the National Historic Register, okay? This is a very important hamburger place with a very important burger. You have to take the nut burger seriously. Nut sauce is only two things, okay? It's made from Miracle Whip and crushed salted peanuts.
Yep.
I guarantee you're thinking to yourself, wait, what? Nuts and Miracle Whip? It's a crazy combination of flavors, and somehow it works. I'm gonna start with a smashed patty. They walk over to the Sunday bar, which is they sell ice cream also, and they grab a handful of crushed nuts. So I need to crush them first. I'm gonna take some parchment paper. I'm just gonna use my spatula and crush the nuts. And they literally grab a coffee mug and they put the nuts into a coffee mug. I'm not sure why this happens, but this seems to be some kind of weird tradition. Put Miracle Whip into the mug and they stir it up. Butte, Montana was known for its copper mines. Very famous copper mines at the turn of the century. Who knows? It could have been some old-timer copper miner who was like, give me something special. Give me Miracle Whip and nuts. And there you have it. Nut sauce. That is, yeah. Yum, yum, yum. Yes. I love smash burgers. They get that crispy edge. It's almost like beef candy right there.
It really is.
Chewy and crispy and good. And when you add beef candy to nut sauce, oh my goodness, stand back. Whoa. That's it. Nothing else. No lettuce, no tomato, no foie gras. And I know you're thinking right now, holy shit, I'm not eating that. Well, I am. It's fucking good.
It's really good.
It's still hot, man. I can't understand why this didn't get out there in the world, the nut burger. Yeah. Oh, wow.
It's so good.
That's incredible. That's a lacy edge. Thank you for coming on this journey with me. Now go make your own, because you can do this. You have these ingredients in your house. You may not have green chili in your house or Miracle Whip, but you have most of those things. So go make it happen. Just like I did. And then go take a nap. Or no, go on a bike ride. Go on a bike ride. No, you might throw up. Go take a nap.
So yeah, that is our burger scholar, George Motes, at work. I'm gonna give you the link, because he's got a bunch of different stuff, but he runs his own burger joint now, which is really cool. He still does stuff online every once in a while, but obviously the burger joint kind of takes priority. But that is going to be it for me. Guys, gals, and pals, thank you so much for hanging out. Really, really appreciate you. We had Spoiled coming in for 54 months. And with biddies, thank you so much, Spoiled. Really, really appreciate that. We had True coming in for 31 months. Thank you so much, True. We had Tassara coming in with a raid, and we had Gina coming in with a raid. Thank you both. It was good to see the both of you, and thank you everybody else for coming in along with the both of them. And then we had Sophia coming in with them biddies. Thank you so much, Sophia. Really appreciate that. We had Sophia, we had Aylin, True, Corgi was here, we had Spoiled, we had Tassara, we had Dagger, and it was good to see you, buddy. We had Gina as well. Thank you very much. It was good to see you as well, Gina. And we had a lot of really cool people, so I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate everybody watching and hanging out with me. And yeah, that's going to be it for me. I will be back on later today. But until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you all later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. Take care. I'm out. Bye now.